All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'll do the T minus 15 seconds. So everyone a chance to get settled. All right, good afternoon and welcome to the March 25th, 2025 Salinas City Council meeting. Will be called to order and I am going to have the city kick it over to the city clerk.
Good afternoon. This meeting is available in Spanish for members of the public in attendance and on Zoom. The translation devices can be obtained in the foyer. Esta reunión está disponible en español para los miembros del público y en Zoom. Las unidades de traducción se pueden obtener en la entrada de la rotonda.
Okay, thank you. And Zoom webinar participation is available for members of the public. The Zoom webinar ID and link are available on the posted agenda on the city website. And with that, we stand and please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Why don't we just go ahead and call the roll for the heck of it?
Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Barrera.
Here.
Councilmember Diarigo.
Present.
Councilmember De La Rosa.
Here.
Councilmember Salazar.
Here.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Here.
Mayor Donahue.
I am here.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we are going to head into closed session, and then when we come out, we're going to have a really exciting City of Champions, and then we'll get started with a public comment. At 4:30. So not as long as normal. We'll be back at 4:30. All right. All right, we're back. Fashionably late. We have nothing to report out from closed session. So we will go ahead and get started with our City of Champions. And the first group we're going to recognize is apparently the Everett Alvarez soccer team had a good week a couple weeks ago. So I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Salazar since the Eagles happen to be in his district, and I'll let you kick us off.
All right, Everett Alvarez. How about an applause for Everett Alvarez High School? Right. And let me tell you why. 2025 CIF NorCal Division I champions. So we're going to go ahead and do this. I know that some of the players couldn't be here tonight, so we're still going to read out their names and honor them. If you're here, we have a certificate for you, and if you could come up and shake our council members' hands. It's great to be among champions like yourself. I think a lot of us here, we have a great love and affinity for soccer, and on behalf of the city of Salinas, congratulations.
So now we need some soccer players. Supposedly they were here at 4:30.
They're Montevideo.
Where are they?
They're Montevideo practicing.
Oh, they're in Montevideo, okay.
No, it's an inside soccer joke. Are they here yet? They are not here.
They're not here.
So Relay for Life is here. All right, let's go back to our originals. But we got everyone warmed up for the Alvarez Eagles. So with that, let's go back to the original schedule. I'm going to ask Nancy Valdez to come forward, and we're going to recognize our Relay for Life.
Thank you, Dennis, and thank you, Council. I'm actually going to have the event lead speak on our behalf, but thank you for acknowledging us today and for inviting us to be here and to share the great news with the entire city. So, Ashley.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Ashley McDonnell, and on behalf of Relay for Life of the Salinas Valley, I'm really privileged to be here. This is my third year working on the event. The first year I was just one of our volunteer directors, and then for last year and then this year I'm again an event lead. So thank you for allowing me to speak today about the incredible success of the Relay for Life of 2024. This event plays a critical role in our community's fight against cancer. The Relay for Life of Salinas Valley achieved historic fundraising success in 2024, ranking as the #1 Relay for Life event in California and the 2nd in the nation. In the past 2 years, our relay has raised over $1 million to contribute to the fight against cancer. This exceptional achievement highlights the community's dedication to supporting cancer research and cancer patients. This event brought together diverse participants, including cancer survivors, families, friends, and local businesses. Their contributions reflect the strong spirit of our community and its commitment to making a difference. Funds raised during Relay for Life directly affects the American Cancer Society's mission, enabling groundbreaking research, patient support services, and advocacy efforts essential for improving the lives of those affected by cancer. Relay for Life is not just about fundraising, it's a celebration of life. For the past 27 years, our relay has created an event that honors and recognizes cancer survivors, remembering those we have lost, and fosters a sense of hope and resilience in our community. Looking ahead to the 2025 event, we encourage community members to participate as volunteers, sponsors, or donors. The next Relay for Life will occur on September 20th, 2025 at the Salinas City Center. Then this is an opportunity for us all to come together and continue to fight against cancer. I urge City Council and the community to support Relay for Life's initiatives and consider how we can further enhance participation and visibility of this essential cause. Together, we can continue fostering hope and promoting wellness in our community, and we really thank you and the community for all of your support. Thank you.
But before I sign it, I'm going to read it, and then by the time you get up there, I'll sign it. One of the things, and I did a little bit of filler, and Nancy, you and I chat about this. We had a couple of big companies pull out, and at the time we were the fourth largest Relay for Life in the country, and today we are still.
We are still #1 in California. We just actually remained #1 from even the previous year, so we kept that honor. We went from #3 in the country to #2 in the country from 2023.
That's a testimony to your all's good work, and I think it speaks well of the Salinas as a community. So well done. And with that, we certainly want to recognize your good work. And whereas the American Cancer Society Relay for Life is a life-changing event that gives everyone across the globe a chance to celebrate the lives of people who have battled cancer and remember loved ones lost. And whereas Relay for Life Salinas Valley brings together dedicated advocates who embody the mission to eradicate cancer for all. And whereas Relay for Life Salinas Valley raised over $641,000 and united more than 2,500 community members at their relay. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Dennis Donahue, on behalf of the Salinas City Council, recognize Relay for Life Salinas Valley for their extraordinary dedication to the advancement of cancer research, essential patient support services, and advocacy of vital policies. And that is dated, but not yet signed, on this date, March 25th of 2025. So let me sign these and come on up and let the council congratulate you. You may do, yes, you may, because I am looking to kill time. And we will also get a picture. Nancy. Yeah, at the end. You're welcome. I'm signing, and they should not let me make plaques. Mr. Kennedy, how are you? Good. Hey, it's Mayor Bentley. How are you? Good.
Go ahead, you want to do first? Now we're up here.
I'm just gonna. Okay, so Alexis, Alvarez. Yeah, no, I'm gonna, we'll go ahead and do that, yeah. All right. All right. We may have a, I'm going to go ahead, for right now, we're going to plan on a half hour for public comment, and we're going to go ahead and take 15 minutes of it now and assume the Alvarez Eagles will be here at 5. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment for 15 minutes, and then we'll pause to recognize the Alvarez soccer team. So, all right, you're on. 2 minutes for everybody. All items not on the agenda.
Good after eve, everyone. Mayor, city manager, city attorney, city council, city staff. I'm here to pray. I'm here to give you the Lord's Prayer, and I ask you to join me. Bow your heads. If you know it, please join me. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, and deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. I want to hold King City up in prayer right now. The King City Police Department, they lost one of their own last night, a Sergeant Ryan Kennedy. And I'm sure that his family is mourning his loss. And, it happened to us not too long ago, and it could happen again. And so it's important that we are looking at the cities around us, and that we are seeing what's happening in their cities, and we are feeling what they're feeling, and that we're just holding them up to the Father and asking for his peace, and that he comforts the hearts of those that are mourning tonight. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you. All right.
Hi. As you budget, you need to look at expenditures as well as revenue. The city is facing an escalating shortfall. Are you looking at how you spend money and not just at increasing the amount of money you have to spend? For example, last year you spent $300,000 on a community grant. At the same time, the fund to maintain our sewer lines was underfunded by $400,000. Unmaintained sewer lines have predictably failed. What's more important? I'm not here to denigrate any particular program, but to call your attention to tough calls you should be making and the bigger picture you should be keeping in mind. Other examples, you're spending over $8 million for a new rec center in District 5. While I appreciate my council members' advocacy, have you asked if another rec center is needed or just wanted? And by how many residents? There are playgrounds and parks that are underused or not used at all. Why add the unspecified financial burden of operating and maintaining Ensign Park while the city is unable to sufficiently maintain the parks and recreation centers it already owns? Roads and sidewalks are used by many more residents. Ignoring infrastructure needs for nice-to-haves is short-sighted and irresponsible budgeting. Our combined sales tax is 9.25%. It could go to 10.75%, match the highest communities in Alameda County. But let's be honest, there is no amount of revenue that would satisfy all the needs and wants of all our departments. There are always more demands for money than there are available funds. Which brings me back to my opening point. Are you looking at how you spend money and not just at increasing the amount of money you have to spend?
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Donahue, Salinas City Council, City Manager Mendez, and city staff, Larry Hirohara, Salinas Chinatown. I want to acknowledge and thank Councilwoman De La Rosa for initiating a pilot public trash receptacle program on Soledad Street in Chinatown. We were in the process of requesting an appropriate public trash receptacle that could have similar results as the Alisal, when we were informed that the city had ordered them. So thank you, Councilwoman De La Rosa. Further, we request that regular servicing of them by Public Works and/or Downtown Streets Team will be necessary also. Cleanliness of the area helps to develop a greater sense of community there. With the successful completion of this pilot in Chinatown, the Chinatown community would like to work with the city to expand it to the entire area. The problem of encampments in Chinatown has gotten worse due to Union Pacific's clearing their railroad right away. It's especially bad in front of the city-owned Republic Cafe. Asian Cultural Experience wants to collaboratively develop a cultural museum there with the city. Not sure why the encampments have not been encouraged to clear the sidewalks. And by the way, they're inside the fenced area in front of the Republic Cafe, put there because of the danger of falling loose roof tiles after the fire happened there. We believe there should be a concentrated and collaborative effort to engage those encampments before they start another fire at the Republic Cafe. Finally, I would like to thank Sergeant Michael Batchelor for his continued and hands-on support of Salinas Chinatown revitalization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry.
Good afternoon, Jose Guerra, Montebello community. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Donahue for a great meeting the other day. And anybody else, welcome to our meetings. I guess nobody showed up. Tony, we missed you. But we had a great Sunday. Nobody played soccer. A lot of people enjoyed the park, and there wasn't a big mess, plenty of parking for everybody. It was awesome. Mr. Mendez, thank you for the appointment. We got the date today, the 15th of April, for you to have that meeting with the El South School District, which we hope will have a great outcome on that. We don't demeanor people playing in the park. We just got to have more organization and more public restrooms for them. And, of course, allocated trash for it to be picked up and not left behind. Also, I want to thank all of you for the great job you're doing. Ms. De La Rosa, thank you, first of all, for reaching out and helping a lot of communities. I've heard a lot about you. I've seen a lot of your stuff on social media, and I do appreciate it. Once again, I'm not here to bash anybody, but I do want to let you know that you are all held to a higher standard. Please be respectful. Accept every criticism you get, but accept it with a smile and accept it with improvement on how you're going to go about to talk to that person about it. There's a way of talking to people. Communication is very important. I believe this council might be a little bit better than the last. I think a lot better actually. I think the communication is the biggest barrier we have in Salinas, and we need to fix our sewer systems, guys. Come on, we need to do it together. Let's get it together. Let's talk to each other. Let's get the money going. Let's get it done. But let's stop. You know, the poor people that live here, they can't be paying everything out of pocket all the time. You guys have to come up with different programs, different ideas. We can do it. Let's work together. I'm here to help you guys. If you have any questions, anybody want to give me a call, give me a call. My number is 831-905-0537. And my email is el.big, like big, .guerra@gmail.com. I'm open to any suggestions. Anything you have on traffic calming, please give me a call. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose. Okay.
Afternoon, City Council. Mayor Donahue, Luis Chago Juarez for Building Healthy Communities, and we'll just, here to uplift and bring some attention back to our rent stabilization ordinance that was passed last September, and to remind you all that more than half of Salinas residents are renters, and over the last 20 years, the number of renters has grown 3 times faster than the number of homeowners. And since 2000, over the last 20 years, actually, median rent has increased by 37%. Meanwhile, median household incomes for renters only grew by just 5%, which means that the number of families squeezed by rent increases has grown to 57%. Salinas renters are most likely to live in overcrowded households, more so than other communities here in the county on average. Rental affordability is a racial and gender issue. Most of that burden lies upon women of color. And if Salinas renters only paid what they could afford, each rent-burdened household would save a yearly average of $8,300. So imagine each of us here that had that those who rent, that had that additional income, how that could contribute to our local economy. The rent stabilization ordinance is set, and we're really urging you all to protect it, preserve it how it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, council members and mayor. I stand before you today to extend a heartfelt invitation to join us at the Stand Up Against Injustice Veto Project 2025 March and Rally on April 27th from 12 noon to 3 p.m. As leaders of our community, your presence and voice are invaluable as we come together to defend democracy, equality, and diversity. This event is not just a march, it's a powerful statement of unity and a call for fair and just future for all. Our residents are eager to hear from you, their elected officials, about your commitment to these shared values. This is a chance to stand with your constituents, listen to their concerns, and reaffirm the dedication to an inclusive community. We are committed to a peaceful and nonviolent demonstration because we believe progress is built through dialogue, understanding, and collective action. Please join us and let your voice be part of this movement. Your leadership can inspire others to continue advocating for values we all hold dear. Together, we can build a stronger, more equitable future. Thank you, and we hope to see you on April 27th.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, my name is Sierra Reles. I am the secretary of North Salinas High School DJ Club, along with...
My name is Ivan Samaniego. I am the president of the NSHS DJ Club.
My name is Edwin Lopez, and I'm the vice president of the North Salinas DJ Club.
And my classmates and I are seniors attending North Salinas High School. On May 10th, our DJ Club, and along with Metric Club and North Salinas High School, are hosting the 4th annual car show, Cafecito and Conchas. This student-organized event included us collaborating with each other and reaching out to the community. We are doing it in hopes of bringing the community together to enjoy an eventful evening with cars, coffee, and concha, and to celebrate culture. We are also hoping with our participation throughout the years, we hope to apply for the State Seal of Civic Engagement to receive a medal and seal on our high school certificate.
It's also a nice event for the people of Salinas and especially for our mothers since it falls on Mexican Mother's Day. I feel that bringing the community along is a very impactful thing to do in our community. I have realized how much of a young person we can do and impact our community. This is a special event. On other halves, it gives something for the community to do, such as attend and enjoy conchas with coffee and listening to the music played by our club. In past years, our car show has been very successful throughout the years, and we have had many audience and volunteers from multiple students from North Salinas High School and Rancho San Juan attending the car show and participating.
We would love if you could show support by spreading the word about the car show and help us with parking for either the cars wanting to be a part of the show or those wanting to attend a fun, family-friendly event. We are short on space due to the construction going on for the new building they are doing at North Salinas High School. We would really appreciate you for taking the time out of your day to let us speak out about our plans for the car show. Once again, we would be really grateful for any support in any way we could succeed. Thank you. And also a big thank you to Mr. Sandoval for inviting us and for spreading the word about our event. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here tonight to talk about street parking, particularly over on Parkside off of Laurel. My family owns 8-unit complex on the corner of Parkside and Hayes Street. At 1126 Parkside, they're building 2 ADUs. So they lost 5 parking spaces there, so now they're in the street. I met this gentleman behind me, Lance, because I told him, you don't move your car, I'm gonna call PD and you're gonna get a ticket. Because what's happening now is cars are encroaching on the driveway coming up on the apron. I have to put the garbage cans in the street, and so if there's cars are backed up, my tenants can't get in and out. So Lance started talking to me real calm, and I said, dude, you gotta go down to the city and talk with them. So he said, you come with me, I will. So he's up.
Thank you. So my name is Lance. I'm a resident at 1114 Parkside. I've rented my unit now there for nearly a year, and I assumed I was going to get a parking spot of my own. I've had to park on the street, but due to poor parking of other residents in the area, either parking irresponsibly or illegally, examples being parking on sidewalks, in front of the driveways, hydrants, handicap walkways, or just leaving their trash cans along the curb to reserve parking. People are leaving their work trailer hitch on the street, taking up parking for 3 days at a time. I have nowhere to park correctly without getting cited. I've had citations in the past, but now I have to park half a mile away from my apartment. It's been raining quite a bit lately, on and off, and sometimes the winds have been so heavy that my umbrella is nearly swept from my hands. It's a harrowing trek to my vehicle every morning on my way to work. During this weather, I run the risk of getting towed just for unloading my groceries, which has nearly happened twice because of no parking spot of my own. Parking correction is necessary so that incidents like this can be prevented. There's an empty lot at the end of Parkside that could be utilized for parking, or there is a workshop at 1180 Parkside that could be constructed into a community parking lot, or at least a lot for the residents of Parkside. There's also maybe repainting of the curbs, the red lines. They're pretty faded, so a lot of people are just not really taking notice to that. They're parking in the red zones. Maybe parking permits per vehicle so that people have a specific place to be, lines so that people can park correctly without having to take up so much space, leaving less opportunities for others to park.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We got it. Okay.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. Olga Reina, District 4. I'd like to acknowledge the steps taken so far in the budget process, but we need more transparency. The community survey results clearly show that the residents prioritize housing, public works, and youth programs. We urge the council to ensure that budget allocations reflect needs and that residents have a continued voice in the process. I brought 3 written statements from people that couldn't make the meeting tonight, but they're also supporting public works, community development services, and these all need to be included in the budget for 2025-26. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, alcalde y todos los concejales. Mi nombre es Víctor Mora, vengo del Distrito 2. Las viviendas accesibles siguen siendo uno de los mayores desafíos en Salinas de la encuesta presupuestal. Regalo en las viviendas. Solución real, alivio del alquiler, oportunidad de viviendas accesibles y protección contra el desalojo. Pedimos al Concilio que se comprometa a financiar programas que ayuden a nuestras familias en sus hogares estar seguros, obras públicas sean accesibles en este presupuesto y enfocarse en oportunidades económicas para todos. Y traigo 3 comentarios de mis compañeros que no pudieron venir: obras públicas, desarrollo comunitario. Les exigimos a este concilio que este impacto para nosotros mejore nuestra comunidad. Concejales aseguren hacer de presente 2025-2026. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Victor Mora. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I am from District 2, and affordable housing is one of the biggest challenges we have here in Salinas, according to the survey. We need real solutions. We need to have affordable housing. We need to have protections against evictions. We ask City Council to please finance programs that can help our families have a safe and stable home. We need Public Works to focus on economic opportunities for all. And I also bring 3 comments of my peers that weren't able to come here. And we need Public Works to do developments. We demand from City Council to work on the impact to improve the financial situation of the community. And we also need you to be present on 2025, 2026, so we can have more affordable housing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just, I'm going to jump in. Alvarez is not here yet, so I'm going to keep general public comment open for 10 more minutes. If you're here to talk about housing specifically, that'll be the next consideration item, so everybody will get their turn. But if just general public comment for the next 10 minutes, and then anyone here for the housing conversation, that'll be after the consent agenda. So, but budget comments are certainly appropriate if you want to do that. So 10 more minutes, general public comment. And then when Alvarez gets here, we'll jump in when and if they make it. Okay, so 10 more minutes of public comment.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Nidia Soto, soy organizadora con BHC. Primeramente quiero dar las gracias al concejal Barajas por asistir a una reunión de caminata en su distrito. Gracias por su tiempo. Y también yo quiero hablar específicamente de los resultados de la encuesta presupuestaria. Destacan que los programas para jóvenes y seguridad pública son los principales preocupaciones de los residentes de Salinas. Necesitamos inversión en programas estructurales, apoyo de salud mental e iniciativas de programas de prevención para cultivar la seguridad para nuestra comunidad. Nuestros jóvenes merecen más que palabras. Necesitamos acción y recursos. Por favor, asegúrese de que el presupuesto priorice estas 3 áreas específicas: obras públicas, desarrollo comunitario, servicios comunitarios y bibliotecas. Apreciamos la oportunidad de poder participar en la encuesta presupuestaria, pero los datos sin acciones no significan nada. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Nidia Soto, and I'm an organizer with Building Healthy Communities. First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Barajas because he came to a walk meeting in his district. I really appreciate his time. And another thing, I want to talk about the results about the financial survey. We saw that one of the things that are most important, it is programs for the youth and public safety. We need to invest in a more structural way so we can give them mental health, better opportunities, and safer places so they can develop. Also, we need more resources. Actions, words without actions means nothing. So please, we need to invest a little bit more on these three things. We need to invest on public works, community development, community services, libraries. And we saw the results of the survey, all the data. So we really need to put action into the results of the survey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. A few weeks back, there was a discourse in regards to, obviously parking is a big issue. The idea of potentially the Taylor regime buying a couple of parking lots. Not sure the details necessarily on that, but what was very interesting to me was everyone giving their money back. Took donations, $5,500, it's legal. Bruce Taylor's a constituent of this city. Why would you give the money back? I think the only one that didn't was Margaret. I commend her on that. Great job, Margaret. Because you take that money and you say, I'm going to go back there in that room and I'm going to make the best decision for the city. But the only reason why you give that back is because you're doing something corrupt. You feel guilty about it. You don't want to be caught about doing something wrong. Why would you give the money back? I think that that's very telling with each person that gave that money back, where your heart lies. And it's not fit to be a representative of the constituents. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next.
Hi, Wes White, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union, lived experience advisory directive board member, also on the continuum of care for San Benito, Monterey counties. Just wanted to tell you a little bit about Chinatown, and it is getting dangerous for quite a few folks. And I mean, people need an address more than, that they're homeless. They have a home until you come and take it from them. But, they need a fixed place to be 24/7, 365. Where can they be? How do you mitigate health and safety issues? I sent everybody an email through the clerk, Tamsi Warmy, shelter closing background. I hope you received it. I also wanted, well, I guess I'll skip that one for now. This has been ongoing. I've been doing this for a decade. I started out the flagpole for 6 months, right outside. A nightly protest, and it bourgeoned into like 80 people. And then you did an ordinance saying nobody can be on Lincoln Avenue at all. And we were trying to use the bathroom there, and then you closed all those down. There was 10 bathrooms, and now there's only one over there at MST. We were offered to clean it every night. But it's just a cruelty. It's a cruelty to the point because, if we're talking about rent stabilization too, everybody else is going to end up in the same situation, and it's going to end up being your friends, your family, maybe even you, and maybe you're in charge of the whole family, and then that's everyone falling through the cracks. So we need to do better. There's the encampment resolution policy that the county has. There's an encampment resolution set that the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers has, and all that gears towards shelter in place. And that means, providing services where they are. CDC guidelines are better because 1 to 10 porta potty per people, dumpsters, shower, laundry, kitchen. People bring generators and you take that away. People try to, have a stove, you take that away. So stop the sweeps, house people.
Okay, thank you. All right. Looks like there's some eagles flying around in the back in the foyer. All right. With that, timing is everything, and with that, we'll close public comment and we'll proceed to finishing up City of Champions, and then we'll get to our consent calendar. So, why don't we have the Alvarez Eagles come on in? Well, first of all, we'll get you in the front at the podium.
Unfortunately, our whole team couldn't make it because, spring break and a lot of them got practice today. So, but we would like to accept this honor that you guys are giving us today. And would want to say we couldn't have done any of this without our head coach, even though he's not here today. Coach Gabriel Campos, we want to give him a big shout out to him. All our assistants, Diego Moreno, Jimmy Chombo, Ernesto Acevedo, Samuel Renteria, Kikin, who else am I missing? Our AD, Brian Vasquez, our principal, Michael Campo. What was that? What was that? Mr. Soriano, right here. And then, what was that? And Mr. Ledesma right here. You guys got any words?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. As the athletic director, I pride myself in everything that my student athletes accomplish. Working behind the scenes, I do everything I can to support these young athletes, just because I know what happens in high school will live out a future for them. And I want to thank the council and the mayor for reaching out and wanting to be a part of this celebration of our championship. These boys are extraordinary. They have done things that are almost movie-worthy. They had an undefeated season throughout the entire series. They won their league championship. They won the CCS championship and the Northern California State Championship. And I'm sure if we had a state championship, North versus South, they would have won that too. So.
Well, Councilmember Salazar will have certificates. Since everyone's not here, you look like somebody we can trust to take them all back and get to who they should get.
It is spring break.
So you're saying that looks are deceiving?
No, it's a great.
All right, so before you come up, and the council would love to gather around, and I know we do have a plaque for you. Apparently you beat some school named De La Salle?
Yeah, it's
that happens how
some
often?
school up north.
Yeah, no, that's an impressive win, so
Thank you.
congratulations. Yeah, that is movie-worthy stuff, so well done. So if we can get you to come on up, and we'll shake your hands, run the gauntlet, and do the photo op.
Where are we going? Where are you going?
Come on, boy, this way.
Oh, ahí está ahí de.
You can.
Are you guys taking a picture? Yeah. Taking a picture, Mr. Donahue? I think taking a picture over here. There won't people in the back, no.
Hey, size up for your championship.
I'm a 13, bro. One, two, three. Hold on, one more. Hold on. There you go. Gotcha. Thank you, Jim. Good to see you, Mr. Vasquez.
See you at Starbucks tomorrow.
All right, brother. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
right, we missed one public comment, so we'll take that, and then we'll go ahead and go to the consideration item. So you're on.
Hola, buenas tardes, concejales, estimado alcalde. Soy María Chávez, residente del Distrito 4. Vivo en las casas de madera, formo parte de la escuelita. Donde vivo somos una cooperativa, una muestra local de la apropiación colectiva. Nos beneficiamos acerca de dos de los 3 puntos de la ordenanza. La estabilización del aumento anual de alquiler, ya que nos debe afectar, pero sin duda es algo valioso para toda nuestra comunidad en general, ya que demuestra claramente lo que un municipio como el nuestro es capaz de hacer. Le pedimos sigan apoyando esta ordenanza, por favor, ya que toda nuestra comunidad se beneficia y no tiene que seguir sometida a un aumento en los niveles de estrés, ansiedad, debilitante y los peligros de separar a las familias debido a los desalojos y el desplazamiento. También les doy muchas gracias por la prostitución que vivimos allí. Ya miro que ya hay más control, los policías allí andan y ya no se ve como antes estaba tan feo. Ya estamos un poquito más tranquilos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Maria Chavez, and I'm from District 4. I live in Las Casitas de Madera, and I'm also part of La Escuelita. We live in a co-op, and this co-op has two of the three things that we can benefit from the ordinance. One of them is an annual increase in rent. And this is very, very valuable for the community in general because it clearly shows what we can do as a municipality. So I'm asking you to please support the ordinance because it benefits the whole community. It does not allow the levels of stress, anxiety, and risk of families having to be divided. It also avoids evictions and displacement. So I also think that the ordinance is something that benefits the whole community and we should all support it. And I also wanted to take advantage to say thank you because of the prostitution issue. We have seen that it has improved. It's not as it was before. We see more police presence. It wasn't as bad as it was, and we see that it's more controlled and it's peaceful to live there now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public comment is now closed, and we will proceed to the consent agenda. Matters listed under the consent agenda may be enacted by one motion unless a member of the council requests a separate vote for discussion. Members of the public may comment on the consent items collectively during their public comment. With that, would anybody on?
But prior to that, Mayor, we need to do the
sorry about that.
disclosures. And so, council members and Mayor, with respect to the Levine Act, do any of you have any campaign contributions to disclose related to any item on today's agenda? Councilmember Barras?
No.
Councilmember Barrera?
No.
Councilmember Diorigo?
No.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
No.
Councilmember Salazar?
No.
Councilmember Sandoval?
No.
And Mayor Donahue?
No. All right. Now we're going to do the consent agenda, and what I just said stands. And so we'll just ask if anybody on council would like any item on the consent agenda pulled for separate discussion.
Just for comment, Mr. Mayor, 020, 042, and 071.
Okay. 20, 42, and 71? All right.
071 and 732.
Okay. All right.
Yes, Mayor Donahue, under 25082 financial claims, I will need to recuse myself from that vote. I believe it's in the best interest. I work for Catholic Charities, Diocese of Monterey. You'll see that there was a payment for services rendered for immigration services.
Okay, noted. All right, and Jose, I missed you, I'm sorry.
I wanted to pull 069 and 073.
7-2?
73.
773, okay. All right, Lori or Margaret, anything? Okay. All right.
So Mayor, if I may, with respect to Councilmember Salazar and his request for a recusal on the financial claims, I would recommend that we do that item first so that he can come back to the remainder of the
Okay.
consent calendar.
Let's go ahead and do that. All right. Since there were no other, is there any public comment on financial claims before I come back to council for a motion? All right, seeing none, is there a motion to approve? Motion to approve.
Second.
Question is, since Councilmember Salazar is out, is the motion to approve the financial claims report
Just to move the financial claims portion of the consent calendar. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. No public comment, any additional discussion? Call for the question.
Motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember De La Rosa for just item 25-082 financial claims. Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Diarigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion
okay.
passed.
All right, financial claims are in the books. With that, we will now come back to item 20, and I did check marks but not notes. Was that you, Tony, on 20? All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
How about the public? Well,
Members of the public that want to comment on the consent agenda.
all right, I got, anybody from the public wish to comment on the consent calendar? All right. Yep. And you're not pulling for discussion, you're just commenting.
Interesting. Okay, so I do have a problem with this because this is where we diverge from every other council before this. You used to poll the members and then poll the audience, and you would go agenda item by agenda item, and each person would have 2 minutes per agenda item to talk about every agenda item they want, not just all combined within 2 minutes before you even speak about it, because maybe you have a question of staff that might answer our question. You've totally diverged and made it less interactive with the public and limiting, like we're children, and that our opinion didn't even matter to begin with. And that really bothers me. So, that's first, because this has been bothering me for a while, and I do not like the change. I wish you would put it back. But item 42, application to, see, and this is why, now I have to read it. Application to the California Department of Housing and Community Development 2024 Continuum of Care Emergency Solutions Grant Program. You're putting in $1 million for this and asking for it, and you're going to get it. Of course you will. I'm part of the Continuum of Care. Of course I wanted to support that. I really enjoy all the programs that you do. I just don't like how you're destroying people right underneath it and trying to be subversive about it. We're talking about setting the record straight. When is that going to happen? When is this report actually going to come out? Because I already know, and you already know, you don't do things right. You don't do things proper. If you want to talk about the Lord or whatever, that's more of a flag for you instead of a state of consciousness. When is it going to change, dude? Because people have to come before money. No matter what, every decision. And the more you keep on chopping people down and taking everything's people's property, personal property, you give people stale food that you can't sell no more. You give people your dead relatives' clothes that you don't want to wear or keep. And then if they can't pay the rent, no real property to put it on, we're taking all your personal property back. If they have a vehicle, you want to tow it away so they can stay in a tent. No, you can't stay in a tent. You got to stay nowhere because I don't want to see you. You should just be dead. And that's what's wrong with this whole thing.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment on the consent calendar?
Mayor, is this on 042?
It's public comment in general. So just, if there's any comment about, this is public comment. So, on the consent calendar. So if anyone has a comment to make about the consent calendar collectively or a specific item, this is the moment to comment.
So on like rent stabilization?
No, that's housing. Yeah, that'll be for the next, the housing element is the next consideration item. So any additional public comment on the consent calendar? Okay?
For clarification, that is, Jose does want to speak on the consent calendar.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, anything on the consent calendar, Jose, you're welcome to comment on. But it is a comment.
Mayor Donnie, I'm a little confused here. We used to go through these one at a time, and we'd make our comment after you went through them, and we'd have the questions answered that we had. Now you want us to comment on everything here in general? Is that what we're doing?
You are free to comment on...
On any of them?
On any of them or all of them together?
Yeah, see, that doesn't make sense. We don't have all the information. That's kind of shady a little bit. Well, that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Wow.
Any other comments on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we will come back. Anybody zooming? Hand up? Nope, okay. We are back. All right, Tony, you are on for item 20.
Thank you. You know what, I think this is I think this is Mr. Grant, or I think a little bit of explanation, how can people take advantage of this program? Or how do they qualify? But I strongly support it, but I think what we're hearing from the people right now, there's some confusion.
If I may, Councilmember Breyer, this is item 020, the acceptance of the beautification project.
You know what, I messed up, I wasn't 042.
Okay, so do you still want to pull 020 or no?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. You know, on the LSL greening, I think this is a great project, Mr. Grant. One of the things I shared with our city manager, I think as we're making improvements through different contractors throughout the city, I think we just have to make sure that everything's done correctly. You know, sometimes they leave off crosswalks, and I'm sure the infrastructure underground is being taken care of, but in the Salazar Greening beautification project, I think one of the concerns in the maintenance part is that somebody go check and make sure that the crosswalk is done again, or sometimes there's patches there. I'd like to get some feedback on that from you, please.
Absolutely. Excellent question, and we're really proud of this project. It's through Caltrans local beautification, or California beautification grant, and really need to acknowledge the staff that worked on this, principally the management analyst, Maria Contreras. This project included new trees and new plantings throughout the LSL, refurbishing benches along the sidewalks, installing new trash corrals, and redoing the front patio in front of the bread box.
Yeah.
All wonderful improvements, and we understand we need to maintain them. And the initial funding for that maintenance is through the LSL Vibrancy Plan Capital Improvement Program. And so we'll be monitoring the infrastructure improvements and making maintenance as needed going forward.
Thank you. When we're ready, I make the motion to approve. Thank you.
Second.
Okay. All right. That was it on 20, 42, and 42. Anything?
Yes, thank you. Mayor, and I want to thank Mr. Callahan for setting me straight here on this grant. I think this is a great project, but I think sometimes as we hear our residents, sometimes there's some confusion. Can somebody just explain just briefly what this is about, and how can people participate in this, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lisa Brinton, Community Development Director. So this is an application to the Housing and Community Development Department for their Emergency Solutions Grant Program, which comes through our local COC Coalition Leadership Council to provide activities directed towards homeless services and rapid rehousing. So they are changing their process. They're looking at a 3-year cycle, and they encourage us to apply for amount higher than the 3-year cycle. So we are going to be submitting an application for the $1,031,000 that would be distributed on an annual basis depending on state funds available. I believe if I can pull it up here, there is a attachment, which I'm trying to bring up, which identifies the activities that have already been identified for funding. And that was under, I'm trying to bring it up. We identified, my apologies. I thought it was attached, but we identified the 4 organizations that have been identified for the Leadership Council to receive funding. And that was awarded previously. So once the contract is executed, we'd move forward. So I'll make sure that is attached.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Public art update, that was Jose, I think?
Yes. So really excited to see this come to fruition, particularly as public art is something that we've been wanting to see in the city. It provides vibrancy and improves quality of life, but also, can be a generator for economic development, right? Creating moments and occasions and spaces and places in our community that people are proud of and want to come and visit and share with the rest of the world. That being said, what I see that this grant program is going to be released next month. What are some of the highlights about that?
So we've been doing a public event grant opportunity funded through the Municipal Art Fund. I think we're on our third, or will be on our 3rd year. And so that has been an opportunity for local organizations to seek funding to help put on a public art grant event program.
Awesome. Thank you. And then I also just wanted to highlight for the community, there are still plenty of opportunities to get involved with the city. One of the main issues with challenges with the Public Art Commission in particular has been lack of quorum, lack of commissioners to attend the meetings when they're held. So I would definitely invite all of you, if you have an interest, particularly in the public arts realm, to apply for one of those vacancies and be one of those people that helps provide direction to the council. If you guys look through our agenda and our reports, one of the reasons the commission actually didn't have an opportunity to make any recommendations to the council, right? Because they weren't able to meet at any point over the last year. So again, just want to highlight that to the community. If you have any interest in joining any of our commissions, particularly public art, would invite you to apply and engage. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. 71, who do I have on the docket? Tony and Andrew, you are on. Why don't we do Andrew, then Tony?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on this. This was an issue brought by our historic resource boards, which doesn't get a whole lot of conversations, but they do a lot of important work. And this was an important effort for them to be able to recognize important sites. So I just want to commend them for their work.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Tony?
Myself, thank you. I think it's always great to appreciate, there's a lot of people that put in a lot of time investing in their town where they live. And I'm happy to see that some of these people are going to get recognized, appreciated for their work. They're very passionate of all this historical, the history. And I had just mentioned to some of them about the Kloster family out in Kloster Park, because I'm pretty excited about this family. So they're going to start looking into the life of these people from Denmark that donated 7 acres to where Kloster Park is at. So I'm pretty excited about that. So thank you for your work, Mr. Grant.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, 73. Okay, Jose, and then Andrew.
All right. So on this one, my question was particularly related to is this an augmentation to services to be provided, or is it just an increase in cost for the services?
It is an augmentation to extend the services that are being provided through June 30th of this year. So we have, we estimated the costs when we initiated the contract for $250,000. They have been providing 2 teams over the weekend and evening hours. And so we projected that we'd be running out of funds about this time. So we're asking for this $45,000 increase to extend services that are currently being provided through June 30th.
And then what are some of the results that have come from this program?
So we are regularly making contact with the vendors, especially those that are unpermitted. So we are seeing a decrease in complaints on a regular basis. They provide us a weekend report as to who they made contact with, what the actions were in terms of education, citation, or even the taking of product. And so we are seeing a diminishing of the issue as we continue to have a presence.
Okay. And how do they distribute their time throughout the city to address this particular issue?
So I'd have to get back to you on that. I do not have a specific rotation schedule, but we are aware of hotspots. So as we receive information from the community complaints or just a general awareness as they have been working in our community over the past months, they have their rotation, I'm sure, but I can't tell you specifically what that is.
And have we engaged the county at all in conversations? I know oftentimes when we first started implementing this program, you know, the unpermitted vendors did noticeably leave, but they were interestingly like right across city limits, right? So they were right over into county. Have we engaged the county?
Yes, we have. So we have quarterly coordination meetings with county staff talking about different topics. And we have invited environmental health to join our next vendor task force meeting. So we are engaging them and encouraging them to be part of the conversation and the solution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And let's see, 7:32, and Andrew, I think you're back on.
Code enforcement can also, they can also, or this group can also enforce noise ordinance complaints, or is that not within their purview?
So at this point in time, their focus is just on vending and unpermitted vendors. We, at this point in time, we do have reduced staff in code enforcement, so going forward in the year to come, we may need to evaluate further augmentation of services if we are unable to fill this position to address other blight noise issues, but they are solely focused on the vending at this point.
Yeah, perhaps we can have that conversation just because, you know, a lot of times our residents are calling the non-emergency number. And, you know, obviously it's not high on the police's priority list, but if code enforcement or that group that works nights and weekends could address some of those concerns, I think that would be great.
Thank you.
Motion to approve? Oh, we're doing it.
Okay. Well, I think we have, did you have anything on 7:32, Andrew?
Yes. Yeah, I just want to circle back to the item. This, it's more comments. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, thank you. No, I just want to speak to this item. This was an item that came before the council a year and a half ago, I believe, approximately. And it was the first time under Councilmember Rocha's leadership at the time that we evenly distributed road work repair across the city. So every district in the city of Salinas received road work. So I just thought that was worth mentioning.
Okay, thank you. All right, and I believe we already have a motion and a second to move the rest of the consent calendar. Tony, you and Andrew had done that, so, okay. So with any additional comments, then we will call for the question.
Councilmember Barajas? Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Diarigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion
All right.
passed.
Great, very good, thank you. All right, with that, we will jump into public hearings, and we are going to have the housing element and the annual progress report. And I think I'm looking for, who am I looking for? Luisa Monica? All right.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney, and council members. My name is Monica Flores. I am a Community Development Analyst with the Housing Division, Community Development Department. Before I start my presentation, I want to share my appreciation for the housing production team within the Housing Division for their work in putting this report together. Additionally, this report took a lot of collaboration across city departments and divisions, so a big thank you to all of those involved. Today, we will be presenting to you all the 2024 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. A bit of background on this, the annual progress report provides the city's accomplishments and program updates on the general plan from years 2023 to 2031 housing element. This is due on April 1st, 2025 to the California Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation. Further background, this is the 6th cycle Regional Housing Needs Allocation Progress Report. The Regional Housing Needs Allocation is determined by the California Department of Housing and Community Development through a housing needs assessment. These numbers determine how many housing units each jurisdiction will need to plan for throughout the 8-year cycle. As you can see in the table, the City of Salinas' goal is a total of 6,674 units. This is a huge increase in comparison to last cycle, in which the city's goal was a total of 2,229 units. In calendar year 2024, we were able to authorize the completion of 221 total units. You will see here that the 221 units were for above moderate income categories. This far, we have achieved 3% of our overall goal, but we have a lot of projects in line that will assist us with our numbers in the upcoming years. Now we will be discussing the 2024 Housing Production Summary. As you will see in the table, there was a total of 11 applications that were submitted to the City of Salinas. This includes site plan reviews, conditional use permits, and a tentative map, which once they are approved, they will also be producing housing units. There were a total of 221 building permits issued and 115 certificates of occupancy. The number to highlight here is the 221 numbers in the total units that were produced in calendar year 2024, which was also the number that was seen in the previous slide. Additionally, we would like to discuss the 2024 awards that we received. We received a total of $2.1 million from the Community Development Block Grant and a total of $0.7 million from the Home Investment Partnership. This is from our annual allocation from HUD. In addition to that, the city continues to pursue additional funding opportunities to financially support developers with their affordable housing projects, including an application to the Local Housing Trust Fund through the California Department of Housing and Community Development for a total of $1.6 million, which was submitted in September of 2024, and also an application that was submitted in December to the Pro Housing Incentive Program for a total of $1.25 million. We are still pending notification of whether we were awarded or not, but we do expect to receive notification of such in the upcoming months. As I mentioned previously, the city is working on a lot of affordable housing projects that are currently in the pipeline. The city is trying to target a wide range of populations, as you will be able to see in the projects that are on the screen currently. To begin with, I'd like to discuss the project currently that we are working on is the 98 Kip Drive project. This is a collaboration with Chispa through our 2021 Permanent Local Housing Allocation funding, in which the City of Salinas will be supporting them with $645,000 towards the acquisition of a vacant lot that is currently owned by a church on Kip Drive. This will be a 100% affordable housing development for seniors, which will include 36 affordable units. We will also be supporting Chispa with $390,000 from our 2020 and 2021 Permanent Local Housing Allocation for the pre-development and development of 3 ADUs, accessory dwelling units. These units will be constructed on their current Wesley Oaks development. 2 of them will be through garage conversions, and the other will be built on top of a current garage that's existent on one of their properties. This will be targeting individuals between up to 120% AMI, which is primarily up to workforce. Lastly, I also want to speak to you about our current work on the Fairview Avenue project. This is a collaboration with the County of Monterey to support the Housing Authority of the County of Monterey on the acquisition of 1030 Fairview Avenue, which is a former motel. This includes 45 units, which will be designated as permanent supportive housing for individuals who are currently experiencing homelessness up to 30% AMI. We will be supporting with a total of $2.5 million from our Permanent Local Housing Allocation and our Pro Housing Incentive Program funds. In this map, you will see all of the other housing projects that are currently in the pipeline. It's important to note here that this is a scattered site approach, as we are also not trying to concentrate the development of any affordable housing projects within only one area of Salinas. In the next two tables, you will be able to see a further breakdown of the projects that were highlighted in the map previously shown. This will provide a further breakdown of the estimated amount of units, as well as the current status of the project and the housing type. I would like to share a bit more of some of the projects that are listed on these tables. To start off, I would like to speak about 1496 Constitution Boulevard. This project received the certificate of occupancy on January 23rd of 2025. We had the pleasure of touring this property, and these units are beautiful. All units have now been occupied, and we are serving an additional 50 households through this project. Additionally, I would like to highlight the 855 East Laurel Drive project. This project is primarily led by the county, with Eden Housing being the developer. The city has previously provided $500,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funding for the pre-development cost. The project was recently approved by the board, and we look forward to continue working with them throughout the construction process, and we hope to assist them with additional funding until the end of development. Lastly, I would like to highlight the Barden Ranch project. This project is located on 801 Williams Road and is part of the East Area Specific Plan. The city has received a tentative map from the developer and has worked with multiple departments to provide comments. We expect to continue working with them throughout the development process. As you all can see, there are many projects in the pipeline, and we are very excited to see more housing units develop in our city. Now, I would like to introduce to you all my colleague Luis Rodriguez, who will continue speaking to you all about other aspects of the Housing Element Annual Progress Report. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Good evening, everyone. My name is Luis Rodriguez, Community Development Analyst with the Housing Division, Production Lane. So as you can see, we do have some exciting housing projects in the pipeline, and I'd like to shift your focus to another achievement within the calendar year 2024. We have the rental registration and rental stabilization. In calendar year 2023, April 2023, the city adopted the rental registration, and we expanded on that by approving the rental stabilization, tenant anti-harassment protections ordinance, and just cause eviction and tenant protection back in September of 2024. All of this combined went live earlier this year, so we will have a report on how this program or these ordinances are working. I want to give a shout out to code enforcement that they've been working diligently in the calendar year 2024. They were able to open 1,750 cases and successfully close 1,251 of those cases. And as we mentioned, some of the accomplishments for the calendar year, we did issue 221 permits. 5 of those permits were for single-family housing, and the rest were ADUs, so 216 permits issued. And we finalized 115 of those permits. Housing, also, the city also acquired the property over at 443 West Market Street, also known as the El Rey Motel. We are still fleshing out some ideas about what that property can look like, so we're working with our colleagues over at the County of Monterey to see how we can best develop this property to serve our residents. Also want to give a shout out to the Salinas Outreach and Response Team, also known as SORT. They do incredible work, and last calendar year they were able to assist 291 unique individuals. They were able to refer 36 of those individuals to shelter. We're able to house 45 of them, which includes permanent and temporary housing. And services rendered over the year was 2,321. So we were able to, we want to communicate to the state, all the great things we were able to achieve for that calendar year. So the next step really here is to submit this report to the state. And we want to do it on or before April 1st. So the recommendation here tonight is that it is recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the City of Salinas 2024 Housing Element Annual Progress Report and authorizing its submittal to the California Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation as required by Government Code Section 65400B. We appreciate your time and we're open to questions.
Okay, all right. So council, we will have questions. Comments come later. So any questions from council?
Question.
All right, we'll go Gloria, Margaret, Aurelio, and then we'll look to my right.
When they did the point in time where you gather the population of the homeless, how many homeless were reported?
I don't have that number at this time. 1 second.
Thank you.
Yes, the most recent point in time count showed approximately 1,200 homeless individuals sheltered and unsheltered in the city.
In the city of Salinas, just so everybody understands that.
Correct.
Okay. Right, and how many encampments do you think we have right now, roughly, out in the?
Homeless services.
I would say we're aware of 3 to 4 larger encampments, including Chinatown, Gavilan, Natividad Creek. It is an ever-evolving situation, and we are really working to coordinate efforts across city departments to address that issue.
And then my last question, we as a city work with other entities that provide services to our residents, that are out in the encampments and stuff. So we are, right? We are collaborating with other agencies. Like
That
the
is
county,
correct.
The
That is
county, Community Human Services, some other nonprofits.
Correct. So through, they're multifaceted, so we do street outreach through our SORT team. We also contract with Catholic Charities and other nonprofits interim to provide services that include rapid rehousing or wraparound services. We also contract directly with operators to keep the Chinatown Navigation Center and the Share Center operating.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a question about the slide that you showed with the housing pipeline, the 3,586 units. What does the timing look for that? Because I know we always feel like things don't get built as quick as we want them to, but what kind of time frame are you looking at start to finish on some of those big units?
So of the applications, of the 11 applications, 1 has been approved in the central area. That was approved last August. Of the remaining, we have 8 that are in a pre-application process. So they have not formally submitted their tentative map application. The others are in various stages of review of the tentative map. So we can't speak to when the applicant will actually formalize and submit an application, but once they do, then timelines are triggered through the Permit Streamlining Act. So it could be 6 months plus.
Thank you.
Aurelio, any questions?
Trying to figure out how to frame this. So when I think about our housing element and the annual report, I'm just curious, because I remember looking at the last U.S. Census report, and I believe it was reported, City of Salinas grew by 10,000, a little bit over by 10,100. I was wondering, how do we track, right, our population growth in terms of like what its demographics look like? Are we looking at a 10,000 person growth, like between the ages of like 20 and 40? Is it seniors? Do we know if they're coming from like the the Silicon Valley? I know it's a hard question to ask, but I'm just wondering, when it does come to, right, when we're told our population is growing by 10,000, right? Who is that?
So if I understand your question, Councilmember Salazar, you're wanting to know how we track the data, our demographics. And we rely on the American survey that's associated with the census. So we track that whenever it's updated. We do not collect that data ourselves, other than participating in the point-in-time count.
Thank you.
All right, to my right. Let's see, Jose?
All right. So I want to go to the fourth slide with the 2024 housing production summary in particular. I see that we received a number of, that we issued a number of building permits and a different number of certificates of occupancy. Can you elaborate on what the difference between issuing a building permit and what a certificate of occupancy is?
Yeah, so we issued 221 and we completed 115. So that difference is just means for that calendar year, we issued the 221. That just means some of them are just not, the building permits are still open. They haven't been finalized yet. So of those numbers, yeah, some of them are open, and of those 115, it incorporates some of the previously open building permits. So it also includes building permits, for example, 2022, 2023. So it's just whatever was closed within that calendar year is the 115.
Okay. When you compare the numbers on slide 4 to the numbers on slide 12 relating to ADUs, it says 216 permits issued, 115 permits finalized. So of all the housing that we put online for the last 2 years, most of it has pretty much just been ADUs, correct?
That's correct.
So for the last year, of the 221 building permits, 216 were solely for ADUs?
That's correct.
So the remaining 5 permits were for?
Single-family dwellings.
Single-family dwellings, okay. Seems like a small amount. With regards to other housing initiatives, particularly relating to the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, Monterey Bay Housing Trust Fund, has there been any use of those, the $500,000 that the city contributed?
The short answer is no.
And have
We have established, in its place, we've established our own local housing trust fund.
And how much did we contribute to our own local housing trust fund?
What was our contribution? I'll have Francisco give the exact numbers. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Yeah. The amount, it was roughly about $1 million or so. I don't have the exact amount, but it's about $1 million or so.
And why did we create our own if we had already contributed $500,000 to the Monterey Bay one?
There was an opportunity for us to actually apply for and actually get our own source of local housing trust fund from the state. So that's the reason why we actually used that opportunity, for us to apply for the state and also get that funding. And that way we can also apply for use those funds locally.
And is there a difference for what a developer can seek out use of those funds for, comparing our trust fund as opposed to the Monterey Bay Housing Trust Fund? Are there different eligible uses is kind of what I'm getting.
The funding that we received, that can be used for anything from pre-development, acquisition of properties, or also construction too. So those are some of the differences that we have.
At what point is staff going to consider engaging MBEP in conversations for either bringing those funds back to the city or the city reallocating those funds into our own fund if we're not actually making use of, and having $500,000 just sitting there in an account somewhere?
So I think this is a question to be also deferred to the city manager, but we should keep in mind that we haven't maintained our membership with MBEP through the years. So we haven't maintained a relationship, but we are looking to reestablish that.
Does not maintaining a relationship preclude us from?
Through membership.
But does that mean that Salinas developers weren't able to apply?
No. So
we are engaged in MBEP. I'm not going to speak to why, what happened, didn't happen. I am going to speak to the future. So we are engaged in MBEP in these conversations, and I'm actually been asked to be on their board again, so I'm going to have to figure what that means. But yeah, so the short answer is we're engaging them on that conversation.
And then in relation to the SORT team, how much are we contributing to this particular program?
Vincent Montgomery, Planning Manager. We fund the SORT team with approximately $800,000, and of course they're involved in other outreach activities in coordination with the coalition. And so altogether, I think if you would look at all of the activities that they do, it's about $1.2 million that is allocated to the Salinas Outreach and Response Team.
And of that amount budgeted for the SORT team, how much of that is general fund money and how much of it is grant?
I don't think any of it is. It's none, there's no general fund dollars in that.
Okay, so what's the outlook for this particular program looking into the future as we see some uncertainty with certain housing programs?
Yeah, we're moving forward until we're told otherwise in terms of the funding sources that we get. Most of those are, well, some of it is CDBG, which is federal, but some of it is also encampment resolution funds. Those are state funds. So until we're told otherwise, we're going to move forward with all of our projects that are funded with either state or federal funds.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait, question. One more follow-up question. My next set of questions was relating to the housing pipeline. The matrix that we have displaying slide 9 with the 3586 units total planned, how many of those are being processed under AB 330?
I looked at it earlier. Do you have that? Okay, good.
I have the breakdown here if you give me a moment. I believe there are either 2 or 3. I'm looking at the list and I'm seeing 3. 3 are being processed under SB 330.
Okay, that's awesome. So that means that potentially, does that mean that kind of like by the end of this year or the next year, we'll see some more progress on those projects?
Correct.
Correct, okay, that's awesome. And then with regards to the rental registration and rent stabilization program, where are we kind of at with progress for compliance and, as percentage of total rental units that we may or may not be aware of?
So it is a moving target, but I would estimate that we're at about 30%. We have to also keep in mind that the number projected of rental units is a projection. And so as we move forward, we refine that number as to the actual number of rental units, so that percentage may shift as we refine that number that we're working towards. But it's about 30%.
And then funding for this program, is it primarily general funds or did we receive grant funding to support?
So when the program was adopted, it was primarily based on revenue from fees collected. However, being a startup program, we knew there would be a lag in receiving that revenue. So the general fund, when the 6-month budget was appropriated, contributed $205,000.
Do we have any financial support programs for any landlords that might need fee deferral or fee reduction assistance?
There is no program tied to the rent stabilization ordinance, no.
Okay. And then what are some of the operational costs that we might foresee, given that we're kind of only at 30% compliance and the deadline, I believe, should be the 31st for registering before the penalties start kicking in? What's kind of the funding shortfall that we're expecting? Because I don't see us reaching 100% between now and.
Correct. That is probably an unrealistic projection, and that's something that we'll bring back as part of the budget process. We originally estimated a budget at about $750,000, and so we have expended a lot of those upfront costs that will not be reoccurring and sort of standing up the platform. So that's something we're working on currently as we come forward with our budget for next year.
Do we have a rough ballpark number of the number of inquiries that we've received for support relating to the rental registration?
The last projection was that we had fielded over 4,000 calls. And it was a number in the thousands or over 1,000. that we had taken in emails, and we offered, I want to say, at least 3, if not 4, after-hours sessions where we've helped hundreds of people in person as well. And so we can bring forward that data more specifically. But again, it's a moving target day to day.
Okay. And then what's some of the support that you guys provided to residents and tenants in particular in those 3 sessions?
So it was more focused on the compliance of the landlords in registering their property for either program. So because of the volume that we've experienced of inquiry, we have yet to pivot to the tenant side. We have received calls from tenants and guided them through any questions they may have regarding the ordinances and their opportunities to petition.
Do we have any data to date on any impacts that this ordinance may be having on new units, multifamily properties, multifamily properties like apartments going online for sale?
No, we have not tracked that data.
Okay. That's all the questions. Thank you.
Good information. Well, I don't disagree, this is exciting housing projects. But you know, as you, I believe there was 216 ADU units already approved. We have a young man in our audience here, he's a renter, and he came here because of his concern. He's having a very difficult time parking, whether coming from work, sometimes he's got to go all the way half a mile. Housing is critical, we need it, there's no doubt. But as we talk about quality of life, as you approve these projects, especially in very dense neighborhoods, what is it that you take into accountability or account on once you say, hey, we're gonna approve this ADU here?
So it depends on the size of the ADU. If it's under 800 square feet, and it meets setbacks on side, front, rear, it goes through just regular design standards. In terms of parking, the state has really dictated how we approach the approval of accessory dwelling units for both those under 800 and those over 800 square feet, and has also mandated when parking may be required. If there is transportation that is consistent within a certain distance from the project site. So we are more limited at the local level in terms what our process is in terms of discretionary or even administrative approval.
Or even with state ordinance, do you look, you know how sometimes somebody will say, hey, we would like street calming in our neighborhood, so you go and do a study, and it takes a few months. Do we ever look at the neighborhoods? I mean, as far as, because we can, there's no argument about housing, but is there something that the city, because we can keep saying this state has certain ordinances, but it's something that the city can do within those communities? Because I'll be honest with you, I think I've gone to 2 neighborhoods that have called me regarding almost fistfights because of parking. It's so dense. And so I'm thinking about this young man that came specifically today. So there's nothing that, as within our power in the city, that we can do to help out within that neighborhood.
So with our zoning code update, we can revisit our requirements for driveway width, for the amount of landscaping in front of a house, to allow for more off-street parking, but we cannot require it just because a garage is converted to a unit. So there are some design standards that we could consider.
Yeah, thank you. And then this is a lot of information. This is a great report on your dealing with the homeless folks, the unhoused. It says here, you were able to be able to move chronically homeless individuals as of 64. Tell me how that works, because that must be a very difficult task. I'm thinking about Mr. West White. He's very passionate about this kind of work. but sometimes people feel like we're not doing anything, but there's a lot of movement here. Can you just share, I mean, it's 64 individuals, that must not be easy work to be able to house them.
No, and I have to give a shout out to our SORT team, and I wish that they had a representative here to really communicate the valuable work that they do, because they are boots on the ground, establishing relationships. It all starts with establishing trust and relationships, and through that, then they can start to identify the individual's needs and encourage them to take advantage of resources that may be available to them. They are a very committed group.
Yeah. Ms. Brinton, and to another part of your team, the code enforcement. In your report, it says out of 1,750 cases, 1,251 are closed. So when you close a case, it doesn't necessarily mean that there was something wrong there. What it means is, did you just go check it, or? How do
It
you
can be
figure
a
something's wrong?
combination.
Okay.
It can be a combination. So when we receive, more than likely, there was an action taken in that we receive a complaint and then we go out and investigate, and then the case is formally opened.
Thank you.
All right. We will go ahead and go out to any public comment on the housing element. 2 minutes, public comment on the housing element report.
Good evening. My name is Mike Hanley, and I'm the broker-owner of Town & Country Realty. I'm a fifth-generation Salinas Valley native with 25 years' experience in real estate and property management. I also hold a degree in business with an emphasis in real estate and urban land economics. While I typically avoid political engagement and have never attended a city council meeting, I felt compelled to speak today because the current rental registration and rent stabilization ordinance poses substantial risk to our community's housing stability. I strongly urge for the full repeal of the rental registry and rent stabilization ordinance. This policy does not create affordability, it creates barriers. By adding costly regulations and capping rental income above and beyond the already existing state-established rent control, the city risks pushing property owners to sell or withdraw units, reducing rental availability, and worsening our housing crisis. Other cities have implemented similar rent control policies only to experience costly legal battles, financial stress for landlords, deteriorating properties, and ultimately fewer rental options. If our goal is genuine affordability, we must focus on increasing housing supply, not restricting it. Salinas should encourage responsible growth by incentivizing investment, streamlining permitting processes, and reducing bureaucratic obstacles for new developments. I urge the City Council to repeal this ordinance and instead collaborate with industry professionals to address our housing challenges effectively. I would gladly participate in forming a public-private commission dedicated to developing practical, long-term housing solutions. Partnership, not restrictive regulation, is our best path forward. I encourage you to act now to protect and strengthen the housing market in Salinas for generations to come. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, my name is Tony Flores. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective on rent control in Salinas. As an investor in the community, I want to offer my viewpoint focused on financial viability and common sense, rather than emotions surrounding rent control. First, let me clarify, I'm not a greedy landlord, but rather an immigrant with humble beginnings who has pursued the American dream with determination. For nearly 30 years, I worked in the high-tech industry, and for the last 25 years, I have invested in real estate across California and Arizona. Much of my current portfolio is concentrated in Monterey County and Fresno, with a significant portion in Salinas. My investments include commercial properties, multifamily units, residential properties, office spaces, and land. At the core, my investments are based on the viability of the assets and the pursuit of reasonable returns. Unfortunately, the stringent rent control measures recently implemented by the city of Salinas pose a direct threat to the value of these investments. These measures immediately devalue the assets, restrict potential income growth, and fail to account for the rising costs associated with property management and upkeep. In simple terms, rent control has made these investments financially unsustainable. It has become a financial burden, one that I can no longer justify. Why continue investing in Salinas when I can invest in another non-rent controlled city and avoid these challenges? It's simply a matter of financial sense. As a result of these changes, I'm planning to sell my holdings in the city. I will not be completing any of my ongoing housing projects, converting any commercial space to residential, or initiating any new projects. The rent control policies in Salinas have forced me to move my assets elsewhere, and unfortunately, this counteracts with the goals of the community. Less housing ultimately leads to higher rent pressure, which impacts everyone. I urge you to repeal the rental registration and rent control ordinance before it's too late. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mayor Donahue, Councilman of City of Salinas. Thought I was tall enough. Anyway, I live in Santa Cruz right now, but I do have a rental here in Salinas. I was born and raised here in Salinas. Now, I was never made aware of this until I got a call from my property manager to tell me about this. And I was wondering, as a homeowner, why weren't we asked or made aware of this? This whole thing with this rental control? I mean, it's my property. I should have a say in it. I should be able to vote, to discuss. I mean, we should have, to me, I feel that way. I worked hard for my house. I'm disabled. I had to quit work early, raising 2 children on my own. And all I can say is I have that house because that's extra income for me because Social Security doesn't pay much. I have medical bills, and I rely on that money. And I don't want anyone telling me what I need to do. I don't want to be dictated. And like I said, it's just something, I worked hard to pay for that house. And for something like this to happen, I just feel appalled that I wasn't made aware of it. I know a lot of other family members that do have rentals, and we're all going, when did this happen? Why weren't we made aware of this? Maybe I'm wrong because I don't live in Salinas, but I come here often. But I just can't understand it, and I never got a letter from the city of Salinas. What's it gonna be next year? Is that $45 gonna go up? And if I wanna raise my rent, I have to go to these other people, you know, and ask? I mean, I want clarification on that. Who voted on this? I wanna know how this came about. And I would like to have answers. Can someone, at least tell me something about this?
Good evening. First, I want to say that the staff here is doing an amazing job at your direction of what they're to do. You direct them, okay? Great job. When I saw the presentation for this rent control thing, it was one of the most remedial, ridiculous presentation I ever saw in my life without any type of true projection of cost and value in this program. And here we see, I don't know what kind of legal advice is being rendered to all of you, but you're going to start charging penalties to people on a quasi-potentially illegal law set rule imposed on people in an illegal fashion. You're going to get a major class action lawsuit to the city. So, I don't know what kind of lawyer we got here with Chris over 21 years and how the city has gone since he's been a part of this city, but it's gone downhill. We can't even fix a sidewalk in a timely fashion, and you're going to have all these different rent control things, and absolutely ridiculous. But I see, what I want to say here is I'm for a rent control, potentially. But the chicken comes before the egg. Quit splattering the egg on the wall, i.e. homeowners, and throw the chicken at the wall. It's going to bounce off and keep laying eggs. Put a cap on PG&E and a reduction in utility cost, water, disposal. You. Put a cap on you, and then we'll talk rent control. Thanks.
I need 2 hours, so bear with me. This is where your state and federal money comes from. Everybody's got money. The state and Fed doesn't make money. We do. You guys want to take it for socialism? Not good. Real quick, I had 2 units come open. The first one, tenant was in 7 years. She moved in with twin daughters who were 10 years old. Single mom, so we were gentle with her. She paid $1,300 a month, $1,400 deposit. She moved out. She never cleaned. It's costing over $10,000 to bring it back up. Now that we can only have the deposit the same amount as the rent, we had to lower the deposit and increase the rent. $1,900 a month rent, $1,900 deposit. We run the risk, again, of not being able to bring the unit back up when the tenant moves out. I'm having to get pickier with tenants now. If they don't make enough, if they're not above, I'm not gonna rent to them. If their car's dirty, I'm not gonna rent to them. Okay, so for every action, there's a reaction. Second unit, she was only in for a year, $1,700 a month, $3,000 deposit. She's nice and clean. I gave her back most of her deposit. So now that one's bumping up to $1,900 a month, $1,900 deposit. So what all this is doing is increasing the rent for people you think you're helping, and it's putting landlords in a vulnerable position to where we're gonna get pickier. So hopefully you guys see our side of the fence. And what is gonna happen, you're gonna see properties go up. I hear a lot of talk. We'll see what happens. Thank you.
So rent control, everybody wants rent to come down. They want it to be at a reasonable rate that people can afford to pay. I have a lot of renters. Most of them, if I raise the rent to the amount that it should be raised to, a lot of them can't afford to pay the rent. And they'll be out of a place. I'm very kind, but you know what? This kind of ordinance is screwing me because I will no longer be able to be gentle and kind to any of my tenants. I will have to raise the rent to the maximum amount every single year. You cannot show me one study as of today that has ever proven that rent control reduces the cost. You want to control rent? Increase the supply. You just heard this report from these people over here. There's almost no private building. Why? I talk to big landowners or big property owners, and they say, we can't believe the amount of rent that we're getting. I said, well, why don't you build more? They said, we don't build more because the cost is too high. I said, what? Yes, we need higher rents. I said, wait a minute, you're getting the unbelievable rent you've never gotten before. They said, yes, but to build, in order to make it pencil out, we have to have even higher rents. There's a reason that when you guys allowed the AUDs to come through, that so many people added those. Why? Because you lowered the restrictions. And now you're raising the restrictions. Do you really think that this is going to help? This is not going to help at all. It's going to damage. Every study has shown San Francisco has the highest rent control, or some of the toughest rent control. What is it, $5,000 to rent a unit the size of a porta potty? Okay, you can see how good it's worked. Hasn't worked yet. So you guys got to get rid of this. It's damaging to people, and the only people who benefit are the 9 people sitting here.
Hi, my name is Judy Myers, and I have a little different story to tell quickly. I inherited a house in December. It belonged to a lady that I've known for almost 60 years. She was never married, no children. I was her daughter in effect, and my children are her grandchildren. When she passed away, she left the house to me. But before she passed away, she had to go into a nursing home at age almost 93. And the rent was so high, after she'd been there almost a year, they raised it over $700 a month during that first year. She didn't make enough money to cover it, so I had to rent her house. My son lived there before that. So I rented her house, got it fixed up, cleaned up, did a lot of work, and rented it. And it's been rented now for almost 3 years, 2 years, I guess it is. And she passed away in December. The lease came up in February. No, February. Well, And anyway, so February, March. And so about the same time, my daughter found out that the people she lives with were selling their house. So she had to have a place to live. So I contacted the property manager. I said, it's time for us to see about getting them out. And she told me all of this stuff. So for me to have my daughter live in a house that I inherited, it will cost me 3 months worth of rent. And if she moves out within 3 years, then I have to pay the renters that I asked to leave back that rent. They have to be able to move back in at the rent that I was charging them. I have to pay for them to whatever they paid to move out, and then whatever it costs them to move back in. This is ridiculous, and I hope you repeal it. Mine is not a business venture, it's a family venture. It's my house, I inherited it. My daughter, who grew up knowing this lady, wants to live in it, and I can't even afford to let her live in it because I have to pay them 3 months rent. Crazy. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Lisa Myers, lifelong South Side resident, 19-year veteran teacher at Salinas High. My mom laid out the story for you guys. Yes, currently I'm living in Prunedale with friends. They are putting their house on the market in May. So we thought this was gonna line up really easy. I found out in January, the people that are renting the house now, their lease was up in March, and in February we informed them they were gonna go month to month. So we were gonna give them almost 2 months notice before then I needed a place to live. So now this has caused me to be displaced and searching for housing, into the school year, yay. We all need housing, we do. It's just, we need ordinances that are fair for everybody. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Patricia Rodriguez, and I have a similar story to, the lady that just spoke. I am a local farmer, and in the recent years, I have been challenged with not finding enough local people to pick berries. We grow berries. And so something that my husband and I have done within the last years is that when we have been able to buy properties, we provide housing to our employees at a lower rent rate that, what is out on the market. And that has helped us, keep our workforce. And now with this new, regulation, we're not able to do that anymore because, I think everyone knows the hardship, of agriculture. That's, a different section now that's being affected by these regulations. That a lot of us, I know other farmers as well, we try to, provide housing for our employees. So if we purchase, new housing with, the regulations that are in place, we're not able to offer it to our employees because we can't just, evict people or ask them to leave. So I would like to see, more flexibility with this so that, someone like in my situation that, provides jobs and would like to continue with my business is able to do, what I was doing. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am here on behalf of my daughter who is shy. She is a veteran of the United States Air Force. She was born and raised here in Salinas, and unfortunately she cannot afford to live here. She had an apartment here. She was working full-time, working a lot of overtime hours. In addition to her husband who was working full-time, they kept increasing the rent, and this is during the time of COVID, just about towards the end. In the end, she was paying, I believe, about $2,200 or $2,300 for a one-bedroom apartment in Salinas. Not only that, but they charged her to pay her rent, so she had to pay like an additional $50 to pay her rent, which I thought was ridiculous. And needless to say, they came to a point where they ran behind on the rent. She's lucky. Her mom is the nurse and can help. So I helped them with their rent for some time, but that's only sustainable for so long. In the end, they ended up having to move out, essentially becoming homeless. So what homeless looks like in Salinas is not somebody who has mental illness or who has, drug abuse issues or that is irresponsible with their work or payment of bills. My daughter's very responsible. She's well educated. Unfortunately, she cannot afford to live here with rent and utilities, car payment, insurance, groceries, everything. It all adds up. So, she's now living with her parents, which is my house. And I've also been on the other side where I've rented to people. We have an ADU. I no longer rent that because it's not profitable, because you rent it to somebody, and like other people have stated, you're being nice, you rent it way below what market value is of rent, and in the end, they destroy your property and it costs more to fix it. And, that's my time. Thank you so much.
Hello, Council. I want to express how important it is for this council to support a way for the housing goals set this year and next year, 2026, to be met. I share the suggestion because given that our community is predominantly 53% renters and many of them live at high risk of high rent increases or suffering unfair evictions, only 18% of renters will be covered by the rent stabilization and tenant protection ordinance, which passed last year. They deserve to contribute by being protected by this ordinance. The development of this housing component and continued accessibility to people in the renter community in decision making, and I recognize the efforts of the Community Development Department to enforce the rental registry. This will support the compliance with the rent stabilization ordinance for the residents of Salinas. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Donahue. My husband and I are small landlords here in Salinas, and I have a 5-unit complex in North Salinas. Of the tenants that are there, only 2 are paying market value. The other 3, I'm losing about $600 a month on those. And your rent control ordinance, if I were to register this, it would cost me $850 to register it. And that puts your hands in my pocket. Every year, I have to pay that. How does something that is supposed to put rent down, it costs me? It doesn't cost me. I have to, I can only raise my rent $25 or so, and PG&E, sewer goes up 15.88%. Water, the lowest one, went up 4%, but the service charge to read the meters went from $96 to $156. PG&E went up, everything else went up. You're tying our hands. Property we bought that should earn us some money, because when we wish to retire, what's going to be there for us? We'll be priced. I have long-term tenants. They do not react well to increases in rent. Understandable. But I have payments to make. If I can't have tenants that can pay a good property value, how am I going to make my payments? And my husband has already said, I don't know if anyone will even want to buy these with the rent control acts that are there now. If we want to go somewhere else, how do we do that? No one's going to want to buy the property with all these restrictions on it and how much it costs. Everything is going up, 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 except our rent. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Albert Serasio. I was born and raised here in Salinas. Our family's been around this area for over 115 years. I can't imagine the job that you guys have to take care of this city. I have bought and acquired 3 homes here in Salinas. I take care of 3 different families here with these homes. I try to keep these rents down to where it's affordable for these people. I try to keep up on these homes. I try to maintain these homes. I have put over $100,000 into these homes in the last 7 years, from roofs, from paint, when they move out, to repaint, recarpet these places. bought these homes as it's an investment for me. Our inflation has gone up over 25% in the last 3 to 4 years. That means the cost of me to go ahead and to repair these homes has gone up. It is going to be hard for me to be able to afford to be able to keep these homes in the proper manner that they should be. I believe that there's a better solution than what you guys have came up with for these. So on that note, thank you very much.
Hello, Wes White, Salinas Minor County Homeless Union. With some of the housing that goes for homeless, you know, the only way you can qualify is if you're mentally ill or if you're drug addicted or if you're a veteran. Most programs are just that. They're meant to take on a niche of the population, and that's what gets you paid. So, I mean, we set a lot of people up for failure. I would say there's all kinds of people that are housing ready. We just can't qualify them. Either they don't make enough, and that has to be the other thing right now too, is $1,200 or more. I also wanted to express my support for the Salinas Rent Stabilization Ordinance. The ordinance is not a solution, but a much-needed effort to stabilize the annual rent increases. For some, the only solution is the development of more homes, and despite the fact that we've been hearing that call for over 15 years now, generates very little assurance that by returning to the way the city regarded its tenants community before, leaving families to fend for themselves, absolving owners and landlords from any responsibility to run their business, and I'm not talking about current company, run their business of providing a home as an actual business, allowing for unjustified rent increases, subjecting tenants to harassment and threats of eviction, all signs of a punishment imposed by those who are only guilty of not making enough money. And in this community where our economy revolves around agriculture, where the success of this industry is dependent upon the ongoing impoverishment of its workers, who happen to be our neighbors. Protect the rent stabilization ordinance. Without it, you are denying your residents a net that may keep them safe from the negative experiences of housing insecurity and end up being without a fixed address. Also wanted to throw out there, I mean, I'm fourth generation Salinas. My great-grandma came from Watsonville to Salinas High, graduated in 1920, the first year that it opened. So she's like an inaugural member. I can't afford the rent. 3 people have to take care of me as it is.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Rodney Meeks, and I'm a fourth-generation Salinas resident. I'm a local business owner, and I have some rental properties in Salinas. I've served with council member Tony Barrera and the late Alfred Diaz Infante with the Salinas JCs. We built the JC's tot lot behind the Cesar Chavez Library. We ran the Children's Christmas Shopping Tour and the All-Star Football Game. I went through leadership Salinas Class 10 with council member Margaret De Arrigo. And our Rotary Club helped build the La Plaza Rotunda at Closter Park, the concession stands at the sports complex, the marquee sign in front of Salinas High School, and the arch on Main Street. My rentals are right behind my business, so I have a pretty good eye on them. I take pride in ownership and believe in maintaining my properties in a respectable manner. For those of you that run a business, you know that there is nothing easy about running a business. It takes a lot of hard work. In 2017, I discovered some dry rot in one of my apartment complexes. This led to the discovery of more dry rot and thorough inspection of all my decks, upper walkways, staircases. I hired a contractor, architect, and engineer to help me come up with a plan to repair the building. It was overwhelming to say the least. The cost of that plan came to roughly $1.5 million in repairs. I had to qualify for a loan and borrow funds to complete the project. I used all local businesses to complete the project, which kept all money in the local economy. I also did not take any shortcuts and went through the building approval process. Because I had a few vacancies, I was able to move people around while I completed the project. Nobody was displaced and everybody had a place to live. All my tenants thanked me for improving their living conditions. If I tried to do that with the rental stabilization ordinance, I would not have qualified for the loan and I would not have been able to make the necessary repairs to the building. Because of the soaring cost of labor, because of the soaring cost of labor, it wouldn't be possible. Anyways, I asked you to respectfully repeal the ordinance.
Buenas tardes, concilio y alcalde. De nuevo, Nidia Soto, soy organizadora de la justicia económica con BHC. Yo quiero compartir que la ordenanza de estabilizaciones de alquiler ha contribuido a muchas familias inquilinas para obtener un poco de tranquilidad y con esto apoyo a su salud mental, de no estar siempre preocupados porque van a recibir altos aumentos de alquileres excesivos, y apoya la educación de nuestros jóvenes porque sus padres pueden pagar por una vivienda. He escuchado que algunos negocios no pueden funcionar con una limitación de un porcentaje, pero por otro lado, si quieren que las familias inquilinas puedan funcionar con un 10% de aumentos de alquiler, ¿cómo puede ser eso? Si nuestras familias, la mayoría de los inquilinos trabajan levantando las frutas y los vegetales que comemos y llegan a nuestras mesas. La mayoría de nuestras familias inquilinas que pagan por un alquiler son familias que ganan el salario mínimo. Es una ciudad donde la mayoría de trabajadores son agricultores y contribuyen en una gran parte a esta economía en esta ciudad de Salinas. Le pido a este concilio, en nombre de todas estas familias inquilinas, que apoye esta ordenanza. Sabemos que es un paso pequeño que apoya a nuestras familias, realmente apoya. Nuestra familia fue desalojada en el 2022 y créanme que es un sufrimiento grande para las familias, aunque todos nos esforzamos con cumplir con nuestros contratos, esforzarnos por cuidar nuestra vivienda, aunque no es de nosotros, y tratamos de pagar la renta mes con mes. Gracias.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Nidia Soto, and I work with BHC for Economic Justice. And I just want to share what rental stabilization has done for the community. This has given community peace, mental health, because they are not worried about these about rent increasing these high levels. Also, it has helped our youth, our children, because there's peace in their home. They can concentrate more in education because the families have a more stable place to live. These businesses are saying that they cannot survive with the limitation of this ordinance. And how is it possible that families are going to be able to have to receive an increment and 10%? They have to see how they can comply with the 10%, but businesses cannot live with the increment and rent. I don't see how this can happen because most of the families that rent here are families that work in the fields. There are families that work very hard to put fruit and vegetables on our table. They contribute to the economy because Salinas is known for its agriculture. So they basically earn minimum wage. But even though they earn minimum wage, they work hard. They try to pay the rent. They take care of the house, even though it's not theirs. And this is a small step. So I really ask you to support rent stabilization. It is a small step to support the families in Salinas. In 2022, we were evicted, and it's very difficult for families. They suffer a lot. It is very, very hard. So our families that work hard, we put a lot of effort in taking care of the houses, even though it's not ours, and we do this with a minimum pay. Thank you.
45 seconds, I promise. Mayor, council, staff. The public is being told rent control ordinance will help them. This is not true. The rent control ordinance as enacted does not provide more housing opportunities. Planned projects are being dropped that provides less housing. The ordinance does not protect tenants. It encourages reporting to agencies, which harms tenants. Landlords are forced to only accept credit tenants, as you heard earlier, because of the risks involved. Proponents tell tenants this will solve all their problems. Quite the opposite is true. The ordinance does not encourage investment in our community. In fact, it absorbs funds that could be used for services. Basic economics tell us the only way to solve housing is to build more housing. Rent control is the last resort in landlocked areas such as LA and New York City. We are a rural community and have plenty of land. We just need to use it. Unfortunately, the ordinance was not well thought out. It was probably well-intentioned, but creates the absolute conditions we are trying to solve. Thank you. Don't forget the people on Zoom, by the way.
That's a Zoom.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Audrey Wardwell, and I'm here to express my concern about the negative impacts the Salinas Rent Stabilization Ordinance is having on our rental supply. Through outreach to just 6 local realtors, I confirmed that 120 units have been removed from the market from 2024 to 2025. Many of these units were single-family homes. These homes were likely sold to owner-occupants, and given the current prices, are unlikely to return to the rental market in our lifetime. While the city's housing element annual report highlights 221 units permitted, mostly ADUs, and over 900 units proposed, it fails to mention the significant loss of existing rentals. We are not just adding housing, we are losing it. And the Salinas Rent Stabilization Ordinance is playing a direct role. Property managers and owners are opting out of the rental market due to confusion, cost, and risk brought on by this policy. That means fewer homes for Salinas families and a shrinking rental supply in a city that cannot afford it. I encourage the City Council to acknowledge this reality, revisit the ordinance, and address these unattended consequences before homes are lost even more. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
Hi, good afternoon, council members, Mayor Donahue. I'm Eleanor Elliott, resident of District 5. Andrew Sandoval is my city council representative. I want to express my support for the Salinas Rent Stabilization Ordinance that was passed last September. It is important that this council recognizes just how special this ordinance is and what it represents to the community at large. That renters matter, that keeping families together matters, that everyone who calls Salinas home deserves privacy, the feeling of being confident and safe enough to live, grow, and thrive. So when this ordinance was passed, it was passed after a thorough 1.5 years or so very robust engagement process between community and a city council that committed to centering renters, qualifying as one of the strongest ordinances in the state. This is something we should all be proud of and continue to champion. We are only as strong as our most challenged neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And that's a big small. Is that Juanita? Yeah, okay. Juanita, you're up.
Hola, buenas tardes.
¿Pudiera hablar un poco más fuerte, por favor?
Buenas tardes, ¿me escucha?
Sí.
Ok, buenas tardes, mi nombre es Anita Aguilar, residente del Distrito 1. Solamente quiero hacer este énfasis acerca de este elemento de vivienda. Primero que nada, gracias al equipo que presentó el informe. El reporte que presentó realmente abarca gran parte de la realidad y de la necesidad de nuestra comunidad, así es que gracias. Gracias a cada uno de ellos por el esfuerzo que han hecho para traerlo y pues como integrante de la Escuelita de Involucramiento Cívico de VHC hemos estado muy de cerca trabajando y en contacto con la gente y la gente realmente está muy aliviada, la gente está muy contenta, gente que ha sufrido, gente que estaba pasando por ese incremento de renta injustificable, por esos desalojos a cada rato de los propietarios. Entonces realmente ha sido un gran alivio a la economía de las familias. Entiendo que a lo mejor muchas de las veces el mercado se va a ver afectado, pero no se habían puesto a pensar lo que afectaba realmente a la comunidad, que era la misma comunidad que le estaba incrementando el dinero a sus bolsillos. Entonces realmente yo sí quiero hacer ese énfasis, que sigamos, si en un momento dado se votó por un sí a esta estabilización de renta, a estas 3 ordenanzas que existen en la ciudad de Salinas, fue gracias a que la gente habló y que la gente que estaba en el concilio escuchó la necesidad de la gente. Entonces realmente no fue una decisión nada más por tomarla, fue una decisión de escuchar a la gente, de ver la necesidad y de ver las injusticias que estaban pasando. Entonces realmente hemos estado trabajando muy de cerca con la comunidad y una de las 3 áreas principales es precisamente los servicios comunitarios, el desarrollo comunitario. Entonces va de la mano, así es que gracias por tomarse el tiempo y gracias por servir a la comunidad y que no se les olvide que todo esto es para el bien de nuestros propios residentes de Salinas. Muchas gracias.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Juanita Aguilar. I'm resident of District 1. And first of all, I want to thank the staff members that gave their report about Housing Element. This report shows the reality of what we're living. It also shows the effort that they have done to be able to talk to the community. I am part of La Escuelita for Civic Engagement of BHC, and we have worked with the community, and I have heard from the community that they're very happy with this ordinance. People feel peace. They have suffered a lot with evictions and high rent, so this is a relief for them. This is a community that helps the economy. We help put money in your pockets because they're the ones that work. So we really should support this ordinance and the 3 parts of this ordinance. Also, this decision was not taken lightly. We talked to people. There was a lot of consideration, and they saw that this was necessary. They listened. They needed this because the community has suffered in all these 3 areas. So thank you, and please support the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. All right, who's up next? Who's that? Amy. Amy, you're up. Amy Salminia. Amy?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Good evening, esteemed members of the City Council and Mayor. My name is Amy Salmino with Coast and Valley Properties. I want to address the concerns regarding the rental registry fee of $170 per unit. This fee is excessive and places an undue financial burden on landlords. The City of Salinas should not be involved in managing rental properties or approving notices related to private landlord-tenant documents. Instead, the rental registry fee should be reasonable, solely supporting the registry program, and should consider a discount rate for multi-unit properties, as the required information remains the same. Additionally, the collection of tenants' personal information and property income details is an overreach that infringes on privacy rights. We must critically evaluate the necessity of such requirements. Regarding the proposed rent increase caps limiting increases to 2.75 or 75% of the consumer price index is unsustainable. This cap does not account for rising property taxes, insurance, maintenance, and utility costs. I propose we standardize the CPI date to the April figures used in the California statewide rent control regulations, and ensure that utility charges are passed directly to tenants, as landlords should not absorb these costs. It is also unreasonable to prohibit evictions from non-payment of rent owed less than 1 month's market rent. Rent obligations should be enforced consistently regardless of the amount owed. We need to clarify the distinction between notice to pay rent and a notice to cure. As for relocation assistance, 3 months of assistance is financially unfeasible for many landlords, as Judy mentioned. Reducing lease terms from 12 months to 30 days creates instability and discourages responsible renting. Counteracting efforts to reduce homelessness. Finally, the restrictions to owner move-ins and no-fault evictions are overly stringent, making it harder for first-time homebuyers. In conclusion,
Thank you, Amy. Okay, it looks like I have extension or phone number ending in 4436. Whoever that is.
Okay, good evening. This is Eloise Shim calling. I'm in favor of the rent stabilization ordinance, and I'm sorry that the people who want to repeal it are unhappy, but if they hadn't tried to normalize slumlordery, maybe it wouldn't have come about. But there were just too many people that were suffering and burdened by the greed of high-priced rent and being evicted and just all that goes along with it. So, you know, I'm not in favor of repealing it. It's not rent control, it's rent stabilization. And a lot of people lobbied long and hard for it, and it's too bad that the landlords feel unhappy because they're not, making their big rents and having their power grab over the little people, but that's just not fair. The other thing that I want to mention is that on April 7th, on the Housing Resource Board, I'm going to give my presentation about Chinatown. And there's been a lot of housing that's been built in the last 5 years in Chinatown, affordable housing, and they want to put in some more affordable housing, making the RENA numbers and stuff, as opposed to rehabilitating and restoring some historic resources. So if you want to know about the history of Chinatown.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. Carrie? Carrie Swenson, you are up.
Okay. Hello. I don't know if you heard me the first time. My name is Carrie Swenson. I'm a business owner. I own Sylvan Learning Center in Salinas. I'm also an adjunct instructor for Hartnell. And as a professional, and I'm a renter, and I struggle to pay my rent. My landlord raises it 10% every year, and it's getting to the point where I won't be able to live there. So rent stabilization is helping me. So I'm in favor of rent stabilization. It's 18% of the total population of rentals in Salinas. It will not affect new housing because these are for older homes. I am also a landlord. I have a home in Washington State that I'm a landlord, so I understand the landlord's point of view. My suggestion is landlords should get together, and those of you who are good landlords who don't gouge your tenants, maybe you should be talking to those who do, like my landlord. My landlord doesn't care about the quality of the place. He just wants to get as much rent each month as he can he doesn't care to check it to see the condition. Myself, I'm in a triplex, and the three of us are in this triplex. We take care of the place. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. He just wants to make as much ROI as he can every single month. So I'm in agreement. I'm on the Housing Advisory Committee for the county. We need more housing. We need to get more housing and lower the price. But I can tell you right now, being in the education business, we are losing young families. young families cannot live here. Our school districts are losing enrollment. So the housing issue is a crisis and it needs to be solved as quickly as we can. And the other thing I want to say is that this has been talked about. If those landlords are upset they weren't involved in it, you could have been involved. There was meetings, the city did a good job of setting up meetings and getting everybody's input. And my suggestion is renters and landlords start working together to solve the problem. Everything is high.
Thank you, Carrie. Okay, Estella.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Estela Hernández, soy de la comunidad indígena y yo estoy a favor de esta ordenanza porque muchas de las comunidades indígenas son los más vulnerables que están pasando por este abuso de los dueños o propietarios que suben la renta al deseo de ellos, y creo que si ellos tienen más de una casa que rentan por un mes, eso ya viene siendo mucho dinero, y por año estamos hablando de mucho dinero, y ellos están diciendo que van a perder, y creo que no es el caso. Hay una persona que está rentando una casa en Salinas y vive en Santa Cruz. Quiere decir que ella está haciendo su vida, viviendo una vida agradable allá, mientras la persona que está rentando la casa de ella está batallando porque el trabajo sabemos que es temporal aquí, sobre todo en el campo. Por favor, si ya todos los que están ahí están a favor, no tenemos que apelar esta ordenanza porque es algo que va a apoyar a todos, y creo que como muchos dijeron, no se trata de que toda la ciudad va a estar va a entrar en esta ordenanza porque son para varias, no es para varias casas. Entonces eso es lo que quiero decir, que por favor continúen trabajando en este proceso. Es algo muy pequeño, no es algo grande, y no creo que afecte el bolsillo de los propietarios ni tampoco de los dueños. Ellos están ganando y van a continuar ganando dinero.
Good afternoon. My name is Estela Hernandez, and I'm in favor of the ordinance because there has been a lot of abuse for the landlords, from the landlords on rent. They say that they're not really making enough money, but I don't really think so. I think they're making a lot of money. They have been renting their houses for many years now, so I don't really think they're losing money at all. There's one renter that one landowner, he lives in Santa Cruz and he rents in Salinas, so he lives in another place. He doesn't know all the struggles that we're going through. He doesn't know about the people that are working here. Most of us work in the fields. So I do not think, and I'm not in favor of repealing this ordinance. I think this is something that we have to all support because we are helping the people that live here in Salinas. This is not really affecting their pockets. It's a small process, but it's helping us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, last comment. Looks like, Jose, do we have you back? This will be the last comment, and then we will go to council. You there? Okay, Jose, I'm going to do going. All right, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. All right, with that, we will come back to council for final comments, and I'll start to my right. Councilmember Sandoval. Okay. Tony, anything?
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank all the staff. you know, this is hard work. And like the folks that we serve, that we work for, which are in front of us, they expect us to do the best job possible. Quality of life is very critical to all of us, whether we rent, homeowners, business people, field workers. I just wanted to say thank you. Every comment has been taken to heart because these are critical issues that need attention. But I think everybody that spoke today spoke about we need more housing. But again, thank you for your, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Tony. Jose?
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, thank you, staff, for the report. We got to see this at the Housing and Land Use Committee. I know a lot of work goes into preparing this report, and also just in general, all the work that your team is doing, both in the planning and the future planning divisions, to ensure that we're on track to meet our RHNA numbers and actually move the needle when it comes to housing for our community. With that said, I would definitely like to see the rental registration and rent stabilization ordinance come back before the council at a future date. I myself am a renter, and I deeply emphasize with the struggles other renters face due to rising housing costs. But I also recognize that these ordinances, while well-intended, are highly restrictive and do not address the root issue, which we have all heard today, which is a severe lack of housing supply. Rent stabilization policies do not reduce rents. Rather, they create an environment that discourages investment and development, deterring the very businesses and housing providers that we need to build a thriving, sustainable future in Salinas. If we're serious about making Salinas the best city and the best place in California to do business, we have to shift the narrative from restriction to opportunity. Instead of policies that could stifle growth, I would like to explore more effective tools for preventing displacement, such as a community opportunity to purchase ordinance or a tenant opportunity to purchase ordinance. These policies empower tenants and community organizations while still encouraging responsible development. Additionally, I would support the city adopting enforcement and powers for existing tenant protections while deferring to the state on rental increase and tenant harassment regulations. The reality, as we've all seen today, is pretty stark. Of the 226 building permits issued, only 5 were for non-ADU related housing. This does not move the needle on housing. If we want to meaningfully address housing affordability, we know what we need to do. We need to be more proactive and intentional about future development and redevelopment of existing properties. That means prioritizing policies that increase the housing supply, that attract investment, and that create a healthy rental market rather than discouraging it. There is a tied dollar amount to this program, around $800,000, as we heard tonight. We could be using those funds for other tenant protection and tenant supporting programs, like an emergency rental assistance program. We could also be using those funds for security deposit rental assistance program, right? So there's other opportunities to support our tenants that aren't completely restrictive on our landlords and the business environment in our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jose. Margaret.
Okay. I do think the report that you guys gave us tonight was very insightful and optimistic. So I appreciate you sharing those numbers. I think we can see that there is progress being made. It's never as fast as we want it to be, but there's a plan, and that makes me feel really good. I do want to address the one section on the rent stabilization and rental registry. I have some deep concerns about it. I was concerned when it was voted in last September. I think there's lots of areas in there that are flawed and need to be looked at differently. I think we all know that housing is an important element here. We need more housing, and I think you guys have a plan to put that into place, but I don't think this is going to really help that move in the right direction. I think we all know there's good tenants and good landlords, and there's bad tenants and bad landlords. That just happens in communities. But I think you've heard from a lot of people here that they do spend a lot of money taking care of their properties, and those are their investments. Sometimes they're family legacy projects that they care about deeply, and we cannot ignore that and force them to sell them or continue to raise rents, which clearly they don't want to do. I'm also concerned about the city's priorities. I know we have a lot of really big projects right now coming at us, sewer, wastewater, infrastructure, a lot of challenges which are going to be costly in terms of staff and resources. And I don't know that it's the best investment of the city's time in kind of overseeing and monitoring and enforcing people's private investments. So I question that. I guess, I would support repealing the ordinance going forward, but I know there are steps that we have to take. So I believe step one is for me to request the city manager and city staff to bring more ideas back to us in the very near future as quickly as humanly possible, and then we can step and move forward. I agree that tenants and landlords should be working together. We are one community, we are one city, and there's got to be something that's going to work for all of us collectively. The state of California does have 10%. We're at 2.75. Obviously, I don't feel like that's sustainable at all. I don't know what that magic number is, if it's somewhere in between. I think we need a lot more data before we can make that kind of decision. And lastly, I like the incentive idea also. I'm really concerned about future investments here in this community, which is exactly what we need. We need developers to come in, put their money here, and build infrastructure for us. So I would like us to move forward to design an ordinance that is equitable to all parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Gloria?
That was a lot said. I agree with you, Margaret, and I agree with Councilmember Barajas that we need to bring it back. And just like you said right now, we need to work with the tenants and the property owners because we are a community. It has to be a win-win for everyone. And I have to say that a lot of community members could not show up either, that are property owners that worked in the fields to earn hardworking money to invest in rentals. There's a lot of people that have property here that are Latinos, Asians, hardworking money that worked in the fields, and they invested in properties, and now they have rentals. They're not here tonight. So why? I don't know. But we need to reach out to all the population of our city. So again, I echo that we need to bring it back, work together, and make it work for everyone.
Thank you, Aurelio.
Yes. So, trying to look at our agenda item. Our agenda item was the 2024 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And it seems like now a lot of it has focused on one particular part, which is...
And let me just jump in before you make your comments. Tonight, for the purposes of the consideration item, we're simply accepting the report.
Yeah.
And then the direction that is being provided can be acted upon, but the motion that will eventually come this evening
Yes.
is simply to accept. So
Yes.
just as a little additional.
So I do want to thank staff as well for preparing tonight's report. I'm sure that you guys probably practice this over and over again. I too would like to see the rent control brought back to council, either one for full appeal, or two, I would like to hear what a modification might consist of, and I bring that up because in looking at what was passed here with the previous council, let's just be clear there, the previous 5 council and 2 council members over here, what was approved failed at a state level. 62% of residents in the state of California, said no to their version of rent control in the state of California. As someone who is no stranger to politics, been active since 1992, every presidential election year, there are items that are put on the ballot to bring voters out based on their demographics. And sometimes this is the mess that we get into when we buy into those. I mean, there are years where there are attacks on women's rights, and those things are put on the ballot. There have been years when language has been attacked, and it's to bring out a particular voter demographic. The ballot regarding rent control was probably one of those ones that target young people who bought into the idea, not having a full understanding of how everything is in relationship to one another. And so I can hear tonight, it was pretty obvious that those that rent were not invited to the conversation table or missed out. I apologize that you had to hear and learn about this the hard way. I'm thankful for all of you speaking up here tonight. For those who are unfamiliar with, the housing element and how that all takes into place, for me, having served on the Monterey County Planning Commission for 11, 12 years, I'm sorry, I can't remember anymore. The housing element really revolves around a couple of things, right? It's how are we meeting our housing demand? What are we doing to increase housing production? What are we doing to improve housing affordability? What are we doing to preserve existing affordable housing and housing units? And facilitating housing development. So tonight, when I heard staff's development, again, I'm trying to process this, and as someone who sat on the U.S. Complete Census for 30 years, I'm going to age myself, and you heard me tonight say, our population growth, according to the census, between 2010 and 2020, in the city of Salinas, the population growth has grown by 10,000, a little bit over 10,100. I often reflect and think back to my grandparents' generations and my aunts and my uncles, who would always talk about the Okies that came and moved over, right? So that question that I had tonight was, where is this population coming from? Is it the Silicon Valley people coming into our city, right? Because a long time ago, there was that old argument, right? Like the Okies are coming in. Some of you know, we do have a growing population of Oaxaqueños in here. As someone who has been keeping an eye on the population growth in the county of San Benito, and as someone who's keeping an eye on the population growth in Santa Clara County, I've noticed even a growing population of people from India, right? And even when I was in graduate school, I did notice that was a large number of students from India coming to the United States. So these are things that I take into consideration when thinking about these larger issues. Coming up is our strategic plan, right? It's the guiding document for our city manager to direct our city department heads in terms of where we're going to go. And for me, it's very clear that that needs to move in the direction around housing and probably facilitating housing development, which it seems like there's a shortage. That's no fault on the housing, folks, departments. That's not on you. What I worry about is scaring off housing developers. And for those that have been arguing, we need to lower rent, it's like, okay, here we are, we just chained everybody down, right, in rent control. And what does that do, right? It's gonna push people out. So we're creating this perfect storm for a housing crisis based on a romanticized argument, right? So we should not go there, and we should focus and direct our city manager in our next strategic plan that we need to really facilitate housing development, which we have property for. We need to make it happen. We need to make sure it gets streamlined. We need to make sure that we have the farm worker and workforce housing and make it happen. But we got to undo the mess that's been done, and I would like to see that come back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You mean that works? I'll have to remember that.
We're just appreciating when they do.
All right. All right. Just a couple of quick thoughts. When I was the mayor the first time in 2008, we finally got the future growth area next to the city. Today, we still wait for those 12 to 14,000 units. To Councilmember Barajas's point, 226 units approved, 5 single dwelling homes. The simple fact is, this is an ag-based economy, and we are under the direct influence of a tech-based economy in the Bay Area. It is a structural mismatch any way you slice it. And so this issue of supply is absolutely critical. And I think as the numbers showed tonight and the percentages, it is absolutely critical that the housing that does come forward is the right mix. And I'm not going to belabor the point. I'm going to look for a motion to accept the report. But I like what, thank you, and then a second. Thank you. And then I'll just close with one additional comment. And I think we heard it alluded to, and Councilmember Barajas spoke to our better angels. Let's see if we can do better on this issue. But I think the cautionary tale we've heard is if there is a problem, and we've heard there are, better we address it sooner rather than later. So I think the direction from council to bring the stabilization and registration piece back in front of council promptly, that's been laid out. But for tonight's purposes, we simply want to accept a report, and that we have a first and a second. And with before we do that, I just want to clarify that the motion requires authorizing the submittal of the Housing Element Annual Progress Report to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as approving that report. So it's not just accepting the report, it's taking those actions. Okay.
So moved.
Okay, well, we have a first and a second. Are you both comfortable with it being?
I didn't hear him.
Forwarded? Okay, great. So we have a first, a second. Any additional conversation?
No.
Call for the question.
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Diorigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion
Okay.
passed.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We appreciate your time. And with that, we'll get to a general plan update. So you are on a progress report and Vision 20, Salinas 24 update. So have at it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Grant Leonard, Planning Manager, here with a good news story. This is our annual progress report for the 2002 General Plan. It's mandated to be completed by the state of California by April 1st of every year. So here's our agenda for tonight. We'll talk about the 2024 accomplishments. Again, these focus on the current general plan and the elements within it, things like our circulation and transportation element, our land use, our parks and open space, our safety. And then we'll touch on our Vision Salinas general plan update, Vision Salinas 2040, what the current update is, what the status is, as well as the general outline for the next 3 quarters of the year. So first of all, I want to emphasize the good progress the city's made on its transportation improvements. Maintaining a quality transportation infrastructure system is one of the key priorities for the general plan. Here you see improvements in the way of new protected bicycle lanes on East Market Street, basic maintenance and repair of our striping and our sidewalks, some additional safety improvements for bicycles along West Alisal by Hartnell, improvements to our citywide street lighting, and traffic calming measures as well. That continues to be a priority for our community. Some major accomplishments are happening with our open space and recreation components. A number of community parks have been revitalized, including Steinbeck and Natividad. Cesar Chavez Park had a major renovation completed with a soccer field, new walking paths, bathroom repairs. The Hebron Family Center in the Alisal is under construction. Ground is broken, and you see the tractors there moving dirt in the bottom left of the screen. And really one of the marquee projects we're working on is with the Big Sur Land Trust, and that is the Ensign Park in Carr Lake. There in the top right corner, you see construction being done on the community park. That's the first phase, and a later phase will be wetland restoration of 73 acres. We also focused our attention on the Alisal Vibrancy Plan and continuing to invest in East Salinas neighborhood. We completed the District Identity Master Plan, which had elements of economic development with a small business facade improvement guidelines. It also had public art guidelines, as well as neighborhood branding. There you see some of the branding and beautification on newly installed trash corrals. This also is helping to complement the LSL greening and beautification project that you accepted earlier on consent. Also with Caltrans, we installed several new murals on the 101 overpasses, which you see there in the top. And of course, economic development is a major initiative for the city, and as well as the general plan. There in the middle, you see our small business week, where we had a proclamation for that. We also have our business navigator position, who has responded to hundreds of emails and phone calls and provided counter service and worked hand in hand with small businesses to help them expand and retain their services here in the city, and as well as provide technology and marketing grants. And also here on the bottom is a good focus on our public safety element, how we're investing in Fire Department Station 1 on LSL, as well as continuing to recruit new fire and police officers. There's a photo on the bottom of new firemen recruits, firefighter recruits. So shifting gears to the general plan update, here is a slide that summarizes our outreach for the last year. Focused on transportation, you see in the bottom there's a photo of our workshop that combined our active transportation planning efforts, LSL streetscape master planning efforts, as well as the general plan circulation element. And we also had a land use month. We wanted to emphasize how important the land use changes and updates are to both residents as well as business owners. So we had 3,000 mailers that went out. We had 3 online sessions at different times of the day so that we could reach people before work or maybe at their lunch break or after hours as well. And then we constituted a economic development working group to really go through our goals, policies, and actions for that update. And in addition to that, not on the screen, there was a lot of writing that was done last year. We completed 2 administrative drafts of the general plan, as well as a comprehensive legal review of those drafts. That was all done in-house, so really need to compliment our senior planners, John and Monica, on all their work that was done for that. So we are in the waning days of the first quarter of 2025, and the star indicates the APR adoption, the annual progress report tonight. But going forward, we'll continue to work on getting a public draft of the general plan draft out to the, as well as a climate action plan drafted and released to the public, and an environmental impact report, both of those over the spring and the summer. And then through the fall and winter will be continued community engagement, any refinement to the general plan, and initiating the approval process, which has multiple steps. Airport Land Use Commission, Planning Commission, City Council. We anticipate several study sessions in order to bring both the council as well as the Planning Commission and the general public along with us so that we're all on the same page for the new general plan. So with that, our motion tonight is to adopt the resolution similar to the housing element, to accept the annual progress report and authorize its submittal to the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Land Use and Innovation.
Yeah, thank you. All right, any questions from council? I'll start over with Margaret.
I don't have anything particular. I just want to thank you for the report and for the updates. I thought the pictures were great. The pictures tell the story, right? That there's a lot of really good things happening in this community, and I hope people pay attention to that and embrace it. So no questions at this time.
Yeah, Gloria?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you for the report. I know it's a lot, but very necessary. And I also, excited about all the good things that are coming up, all the groundbreakings. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Gloria. Okay, Aurelio, any questions?
Thank you for the update.
Okay. To my right, Jose.
Well, I do have questions. In the attachment on the draft general plan, there's some mention of the broadband implementation and some of the actions taken to help move the needle on that. One of the follow-up items is to engage a consultant and continue on the implementation component of the plan. That being said, have there been any efforts to kind of pursue a master or blanket permit for our broadband partners to kind of come into the city, make some of those infrastructure improvements that they need to improve access?
You know, that's an excellent question, Councilmember. I do want to emphasize the broadband master plan was adopted last year, as well as specific to the LSL fiber network design. And that was intended to help a provider come in and quickly install that network. Public Works would be the department coordinating the next steps, and I see our city manager looking to chime in.
Yeah, so if I can, thanks, Grant. If I can just mention to that, there has been conversation with them, and Public Works is currently evaluating sort of a blanket sort of ordinance that other communities have done. So we are working on that. And so we're starting that process. I know that a couple of the providers have already submitted what they will, their thoughts on it.
Okay, awesome. Look forward to seeing that. In the economic development component of the general plan update report, there was mention of 14 businesses being recipients of the marketing and technology grant. Is that in supplement to anything that was received in 2023, or was that all that was done for the entirety of the program? Because there was a general citywide pool of money, and then there was an LSL specific pool of money. Does the 14 include the all program recipients?
I'll answer the first part. It is for year 2024, and then our director can answer the second part.
It is combined, the two pools for the citywide as well as the portion that's dedicated for the LSL. So it's in total.
Okay, in total. How much did we allocate for each grant fund?
Off the top of my head, I believe it was approximately $30,000 for the citywide, because we used funds from the CIP, Economic Development Element Implementation, that were remaining from its adoption. And Grant, do we have the amount? Was it approximately, I think, $50,000 that was coming out of CIP for the AVP?
So
For the
50,000.
LSL.
So 50,000 plus the 30,000, so for 80,000.
Approximately. And again, I would need to check my numbers. I'm going off memory.
Okay, no worries. Just as a general number of the amount allocated, how much of it was actually expended and given to the businesses?
So the amount that is presented, the 14,000, that was actually given to the businesses because it's on a reimbursement basis. So when they apply, they have to go through a training, demonstrate that they've done some sort of technology, social media, financial literacy training associated with how they're going to use the grant, and then they provide the receipts for the purchase and they're reimbursed.
Do we have any additional businesses in the pipeline? Like, why is the number so low? I'm just wondering, because this seems like something that as a business owner or entrepreneur, you would want to take advantage of, right? It's like $2,500 with an option to double it to $5,000. So have you guys had any feedback from businesses as to why they may or may not be engaging with the program?
There could be two factors, or three. I'd say one, we haven't done continuous marketing of the program. Two, it is a reimbursement basis. So the business owner may or may not have the abilities to front the money for the purchase, given cash flow with their business and personal finances. And then three, there could be resistance. I don't have data to support this, the requirement to undergo the training. And that seems to be a delay. There may be interest, but then meeting that criteria has slowed the process.
And this is just a general question. What would be the proper opportunity to kind of bring that back for further direction to maybe expand or reduce some of those limiting factors?
So we could definitely bring the concept of microgrants and loans back to the council. We previously got council direction to stand up a facade improvement program, which was further vetted through the district identity master plan, and we are nearing the moment of launch. And so there would be an opportunity to bring both programs back for council information and consideration.
I'd be interested in seeing that. With regards to the Downtown Dining Forgivable Loan Program, I see that we only have 3 participants so far. Again, with regards to that specific program, I know that's a loan forgiveness program, particularly pertaining to the outdoor dining component. what have been some of the reasons why more businesses in downtown haven't been participating?
It has been a challenge. There's a two-step process. One is obtaining the encroachment permit. And we have, I can't say there's a single reason. You know, each business is unique in terms of their needs, priorities, wanting to comply. And so we are getting some traction with following up on the encroachment permit. And then there's a secondary process of determining what it is they are going to do and acquire and purchase the furniture and the equipment, and that is then through the loan process. So we can also bring that back as part of the discussion to revisit and bring more analysis into the potential barriers. So we could lump all three together.
Besides the downtown area as identified in this particular program, are there any other business districts or business corridors throughout the city that could also potentially benefit from, if we expand this program from eliminating the restriction of it being downtown specific to opening it up to a citywide program?
That's something we could look at. I mean, a big factor is if it's in the. This is really focused on the public right away, and so we'd have to look for those areas that really had the sidewalk width that would support outdoor dining, which would be different than if an individual were doing it on their private property. So this is only for outdoor dining that is on public property.
Thank you. That answered my follow-up question, which was, can you support businesses on doing this on private property? Moving on to the circulation element and the circulation component of the general plan update. Notice that some of these projects are the traffic calming projects. Are there, what have been some of the barriers to getting some of these communities to engage to the level necessary to actually get these things passed, right? There's a certain percentage of neighbors in a given area, proposed area, that need to vote in favor, and a certain number that need to actually vote in order for the project to pass. What are some of the challenges you guys have been facing with that, and what's the city doing to kind of reduce those barriers to bringing projects to our communities?
I'm going to plead the messenger here as the person who assembled the report as opposed to the person who worked on every project within it. That's really a technical question for our Public Works Department, and I hesitate to speak on their behalf on this.
Okay, thank you. Just looking towards the future in terms of circulation and improving circulation throughout our city, oftentimes, like I myself live in East Salinas, and it takes me 30-40 minutes to get to downtown Salinas at times. What's some of the plans in the next 3 or 5 years that the city has to kind of help improve that circulation, right? Because it doesn't just impact our residents. I'm sure it also inadvertently impacts our first responders as well when it comes to response times, the actual circulation and built environment of the city.
Yeah, absolutely. Congestion is another key issue for folks. Where we can, we expand capacity or receive improved capacity at intersections. A good example are roundabouts planned for the Baroda corridor. There's also enhanced public transit service with our partner at MST. Also, our active transportation plan is a guide plan for folks to get out of the car and avoid traffic that way. And then our general plan update has a comprehensive list of policies that we'll be pursuing between now and 2040 to accommodate both our current congestion as well as our planned growth.
And as it relates, again, relating to circulation and traffic, the impacts of Amazon coming into Salinas, I'm aware that there's going to be a separate component to that as well, but what are kind of some of the plans? Because Amazon's hopefully not going to be the last business that comes and invests in our ag industrial center. What are kind of some of the plans that the city is kind of taking to be proactive and have that foresight to foresee that added traffic to that part of the city?
Yeah, so in South Salinas with the ag industrial complex, there was a traffic analysis that was done when that project was entitled. So there's a list of improvements associated with that. We're also working with our partners at Caltrans and the Transportation Agency for Monterey County on a Abbott interchange replacement for 101, somewhere between Harrison Road and the current interchange. So those are some of the major improvements that would be listed in that area of the city.
Okay. And my last question is just out of curiosity, the Mills Act. Okay. I'm somewhat familiar with this act because I've helped a few business owners kind of go through the process of the Mills Act. How many properties or requests have we had for this specific policy that we've adopted?
Sure. So the city had a pilot program, 5-year pilot program that received about 3 completed applications, and they enter into a legal contract with the city where they complete improvements to their historic property, and then they can receive tax benefits to offset the cost of those improvements. And then as of last year, we launched a permanent Mills Act program, and very close to the deadline for when people would have to apply in order to have their application processed by the county assessor. And we didn't receive any applications last year, but this year we're going to do more of a planned outreach around the Mills Act program. And the certificate of appreciation is sort of a good example of initial public outreach for historic properties that'll then roll into the Mills Act outreach, which will start in June of this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grant, your department's been very busy. Talk to us about the 2,900 permits, 17,800 inspections. I mean, you know, a lot of times we hear, well, the permit center is real slow. And I mean, this is a lot of work. How do you manage these inspections? Can you just share a little bit about what that means? What kind of inspections are these?
Sure. You know, I'm going to defer to our Community Development Director, Lisa Brinton, on this, who has also presented the Permit Center annual report recently. But I will just say, when I see those numbers, it does make me happy to be in advanced planning on the upstairs of the Permit Center instead of downstairs in the boots on the ground. So with that.
Yeah.
Yes, as shared in our Permit Center annual report in February, there's very high volume at the Permit Center, and inspections can really vary. They can be very simple, you know, mechanical inspections ranging from the complex inspections that we're undertaking with major developments such as the Amazon project. We are trying to use technology and do virtual inspections for roofs, other simple permits, so a picture can be taken and then sent over to staff. The inspectors review it, and then they can sign off remotely, therefore placing more of their time in the field on the more complex projects.
Yes, thank you. And you know, my next question, I don't know if it's for you folks or the city manager, but we have Ensign Park, we have Hebron Family Center, we're getting ready to start working on Foster Park, on the Family Recreation Center. Daunting projects. I mean, there's a lot of movement. How are we organizing this, especially with the people that utilize these facilities? How are we, Ensign Park, do we know when it's, I know it's in your report, do we know when that's opening up here pretty soon?
So their target date is June of this year. So they're in the final stages of construction.
Yes. And then with the other park, Cesar Chavez Park, that's been completed already? Thumbs up?
So yeah, the trail improvements and the exercise equipment has been completed.
Yes. And you know what, talking about the Breck Box Recreation Center, by the way, great job there. But I know there's 20, I'm more of a neighborhood politician, if you will. I look at the neighborhoods here, but 20 new trash and recycling receptacles, because we have a lot of families that live in one household. How are we monitoring these? There's garbage and sometimes it gets packed. So what are we doing to making sure that we're taking care of the cleanliness of the area?
So Republic Services provides the regular trash and recycling collection. However, in the Alisal, we do augment cleanliness with a downtown streets team that goes through certain areas, as well as Hope Services. So they focus on the sidewalk cleanliness, identify if there's issue with overflowing trash and general maintenance of the vegetation.
And do we know when Fire Station 7 will be moving back to Fire Station 1?
That is a question for Chief Clement.
In July. One of the concerning things is the Sherwood area, you know, the park, the recreation center is being utilized for fire station for good use, but where do we see this coming up in your report as far as when can we see the Sherwood Recreation Center open so that people can start using it?
So my understanding in the process is that we've prepared the bid package that we will be releasing to then identify a contractor and commence work, but in coordination with the temporary fire station number 7.
Yes, and my last question is because we heard from the public, the people that we served earlier, they say we're expanding too much. We're looking at another recreation center in District 5. Are we, they say, are we going too broad and we're not really focused on what we're supposed to take care of? What would your answer be to that?
So, I think the answer is from a council policy direction, and I'm not ducking the question, but as we look for opportunities to develop the community, it's kind of like what happens first, the chicken or the egg, right? We need a destination. We need a point to strive for. So for example, the conversation around Enslin Park and Carr Lake, that was a great opportunity for the city to take advantage of, right? And now that we're getting closer to executing that, we have to now deal with the question, how we're going to maintain it. We're investing the ARPA funds provided a great opportunity for the city to invest in infrastructure, which is what the city did. So now the challenge for us is how do we sustain, how do we grow our revenue base? And just for the record, we are at max for sales tax. So we can't go, other communities have gone beyond that, and that's a very difficult process to do, even if we were to do it. So I just want to make that very, very clear. So as we're looking at how do we grow our revenue base, we have to look at investment, we have to look at development, we have to look at those opportunities. So the question is what comes first, chicken or the egg? If we have these great assets coming, now we can present a compelling case to the public. So that's the way we'll look at it. It's kind of like when you are aspirational about trying to improve the quality of life, is if you wait for everything to be perfect, you're never going to get there. No community ever gets there. So you have to look at the tools that we have in place. You have to look at what we're doing with our general plan. We have to look at our zoning ordinances. We have to look at our mix of revenue opportunities. We have to look at our development opportunities. That's how I would answer that question. And so it's important as we bring this information to you and bring recommendations that you provide us the guidance and the policy direction that we need to move forward.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mayor. Thank you, Tony. Councilmember Sandoval.
I'm in favor of expanding the grant opportunity to small businesses. I think that there are certain restrictions for certain grants that disqualify all my constituents in North Salinas from applying for grants. We have small businesses just like in the LSL. We have, medium-sized businesses, so I think that's something that we need to move towards. Hope Services does a lot of great things, the downtown street scene, but one thing they don't do is they don't come to District 5, which I don't think is fair for our residents. We also have high needs, and it would be nice to have the same level of service that we provide in our downtown, in our LSL, in North Salinas. So as we have discussions about serving our community, I do think it needs to be our entirety. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. All right, we will go out to the public. Any comments on the general plan annual progress report? Okay, seeing none. Anyone on Zoom? Okay, all right, we will come back to council for final comments. I'll start over with you, Margaret.
I have no further comments, Mayor. Thank you.
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Okay, Maria?
No additional comments.
Okay. Well, we need one comment, so.
Had our questions answered.
Councilmember Barrera, all right, you're good.
Does this require a motion as well? Yeah.
It will.
Mr. Grant, always appreciate your work, I really do, and thank you for this fantastic report. And you're very easy to get a hold of and answer questions, so thank you. And with that, when we're ready, I'd like to make a motion.
Second.
And I will just make a comment. My civic life has come full circle. I was there for the last general plan, and I'm here for this one. And so with that, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Diabigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, very good. All right, we now have a consideration item, and we are looking for the police chief. And for an annual report, renewal of ordinance number 2657, and apparently we're going to buy some stuff. So, Chief, you're on.
Good evening. Thank you. Mayor, council members, and members of the public, welcome tonight. Carlos Acasa, Chief of Police of Salinas. I'm going to go over the 2024 Annual Military Equipment Use Report, Assembly Bill 481. Timelines and highlights. Again, the ordinance adding Article 3 to Chapter 27 of the Salinas Municipal Code pertaining to the military equipment use policy in compliance with Assembly Bill 481, adopted by City Council on August 23rd, 2022. The ordinance was renewed by City Council on August 22nd, 2023, and April 23rd, 2024. The annual report was released by us, the Salinas Police Department, on February 17th, 2025. We did host a community meeting here to discuss the annual report on March 17th of 2025. And we are here tonight for the renewal of the ordinance 2657. Today's date, March 25th. I'll start with Category 1, Unmanned Aerial Systems, also known as drones. The purpose is to support law enforcement operations to preserve life and enhance public safety. Authorized use examples may be deployed when overhead view would assist officers or incident commanders with planning and responding to situations such as the collection of evidence in the form of aerial photography or video, fleeing suspects or a hostage situation, high-risk search warrants, major traffic collisions, and mutual aid support such as fires. In 2024, number of authorized usage was 358. Annual cost was $2,875.46. Unauthorized use or complaints was 0. Continuing in Category 1, remote powered ground vehicle robots. Again, the purpose is to use during critical incidents to gain visual and audio information, deployed for a specific purpose to increase public safety and the community. Authorized use examples could be inspect dangerous locations for a position of safety, locate barricaded subjects, deliver hostage negotiation phones, deal with open doors, clearing buildings or houses. And again, they serve as a two-way communication tool. In 2024, we had 2 usages. Annual cost was 0. Unauthorized use or complaints were also 0. Moving on to Category 2, which is the MRAP vehicles, Rescue 1 and Rescue 2. You see at the top is Rescue 1 and the bottom vehicle would be Rescue 2. The purpose, these are primarily used to safely transport personnel to and from critical incidents, extract citizens from volatile situations. Examples of authorized use or to support our SWAT, VSTF, and patrol during critical incidents, pre-planned operations such as search warrants, when greater protection, example, personal body armor or shield is required, provide mutual aid for natural disasters such as large-scale fires or flooding, and also we use this during community events. 24 statistics, number of authorized usage, it was 21. Annual cost was $4,244.79. Unauthorized user complaints were 0. Category 5, the Salinas Police Department's mobile command vehicles. You'll see picture 2. The top vehicles are a mobile incident command vehicle. Provides command response to critical incidents and natural disasters. It's a mobile base of operations which is fully contained with equipment and communication equipment. We also use it for large-scale events to provide a high visibility and public safety. Vehicle at the bottom is our ICAC vehicle, which is used as part of a county-wide task force to aid in response to technology facilitated sexual assaults and exploitation of our children, which is called the ICAT team. The vehicle at the bottom is a very important vehicle to be utilized out in the field that allows us to process evidence and also to interview individuals involved in these types of criminal activity. Up top, authorized usage was 8. Annual cost was $1,479.63. Unauthorized use or complaints were 0. And authorized usage for the ICAC vehicle was 9. Annual cost just under $1,100. Unauthorized user complaints were 0. Next is category 7, which is our breaching rounds. Again, the purpose is to quickly defeat locked doors in situations where delay would be dangerous to officers or occupants. It should be noted that frangible breaching rounds disintegrate upon contact, making penetration through a barrier less likely. Authorized use examples are available in high-risk incidents in order to expeditiously gain access into an area. Again, it should be noted that frangible breaching rounds are designed to destroy the object it hits and then disperse into a relatively harmless powder. 2024 statistics, number of authorized use were 0, annual cost 0, and unauthorized user complaints were also 0. Category 8, which is our breaching shotguns. The purpose is to quickly defeat locked doors in situations where delay would be dangerous to officers or occupants. Examples of authorized use are high-risk incidents, such as an active shooter situation or the arrest of a potentially heavily armed individual. Statistics for 2024, number of authorized uses were 0, annual cost 0, unauthorized user complaints also 0. Moving on to category 10, specialized firearms and ammunition. Again, the purpose is to equip officers to address risk posed to the public and department members by violent and sometimes well-armed individuals. These firearms are to be used as precision weapons to address a threat with more precision and or greater distance than a handgun. Authorized use examples are active shooter and well-armed individuals. Again, statistics for the year were 0, annual cost $240.60. Unauthorized use or complaints 0. Moving on to category 11 is a firearm accessory designed to launch an explosive projectile. The purpose is to limit the escalation of conflict by the use of less lethal options in conjunction with de-escalation tactics when feasible at the scene. It should be noted that the Salinas Police Department does not utilize this piece of equipment as designed, and the police department does not possess explosive projectiles. I'll give you another example of how we use other less lethal options for category 14. Used in the same manner as mentioned, 40-millimeter launchers and a less lethal force in category 14. Number of uses in 2024 were 0, annual costs also 0, unauthorized use for complaints also 0. Category 12 are distraction devices, also known as flashbangs. It's a light sound visionary device that may be considered when the use would potentially reduce the risk of injury during a critical incident. Except in emergencies, as an example, life-threatening situations, light sound diversionary devices shall not be used without prior authorization of the tactical commander or team leader on scene. Authorized examples for use are barricaded subject or hostage situation, higher-risk warrants to distract a potentially violent individual. 24 statistics, 15 of them were used. Annual cost, 0. Unauthorized use or complaints, and this was 0 as well. Continue with category 12 are distraction devices, chemical agents, or smoke canisters. The purpose is chemical agents, munitions, commonly referred to as tear gas. Authorized use examples is after the suspect has been given numerous opportunities to surrender peacefully and tactical commander is satisfied that negotiations have been exhausted. Barricaded subjects are based on circumstances. 24 statistics were 0. There were authorized usage, annual costs, also 0. Unauthorized use or complaints were also 0. This is a category I was referring to, which has been a really important piece of equipment that we're able to use out in the field to deal with de-escalation tactics. It's a 40-millimeter projectile launcher. The purpose is to limit escalation of conflict by the use of less lethal options in conjunction with de-escalation tactics when feasible and available at the scene. Authorized use examples is a person is armed with a weapon and tactical circumstances allow for the safe application of approved munitions. The person has made credible threats to harm him, herself, or others. There is probable cause to believe that the person has committed a crime of violence and refuses to comply with lawful orders. Number of authorized uses was 14. Annual cost was 0. Unauthorized use or complaints was 0. Purchasing requests, as it reflects what we did last year in 2024, we were able to purchase 4 precision rifles. And moving forward in this year, it's for anticipated costs in category 2 is an armored personnel carrier, a tactical armored vehicle designed for law enforcement purposes if funding is secure. Category 5 for command and control is do some upgrades of our mobile command vehicle if funding is secure for technology and equipment advances. Category 10 is specialized ammunition of less than 50 caliber. Again, replenishing ammunition of the .308 and .338 ammunition. And lastly is chemical agents and munitions such as pepper ball projectiles. Again, the recommendation is for staff to approve the resolution to renew the ordinance of 2657 pertaining to to military equipment funding acquisitions and the use and authorize the direct purchase of the following AB 481 equipment for a total cost not to exceed $66,056.91. Again, as mentioned, for .308 ammunition from San Diego Police Equipment Company, the Swiss P ammunition from North Precision, the 40 millimeter sponge rounds from LC Action Police Supply, and lastly, pepper balls and equipment from Curtis Blue Line. This concludes the presentation, so if anyone has any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Chief. All right. Any questions for the Chief? Margaret?
I have just a couple. I'm just curious, and I know you weren't here in 2023, nor was I, but I'm just curious, is this an average amount that you normally spend? I guess it just seemed really low to me, and you're getting a lot for your money, so that was my first question. What does that budget normally look like?
We're very fortunate that some of the equipment that we have has already been purchased in 23 and 24.
Okay.
And some of the items that were actually not even used or deployed in the field during critical incidents. So some of the stuff that we are trying to purchase, like for example, the rifles that were purchased in 2024 were as a result of rifles that were used during critical incidents that needed to be repurchased.
Okay. Oh, and I was just curious, you said breaching shotgun. How does that work differently? I know it's not something you use. Do you have them just in inventory, just in case, or?
Which one are
the
you?
breaching shotguns, when would you anticipate using those, and do you not use them at all? I'm curious whether you have like a lot of inventory of ammunition sitting around or equipment that you just have there just in case a situation happens.
There is equipment that we do have. Obviously, we're very strategic during critical incidents when we do use it. I'm not sure which one you're referring to, the blue
I
team?
thought it was a breaching shotgun.
Oh, the breaching shotgun,
Yeah.
I apologize. let me go back to that. Well, so the breaching shotgun is a tool that we have available to us, but we use other means and other uses of equipment to ultimately do what we need to do, but it is available. Should we find a home that's severely fortified, some of our other options are not essentially opening the door or allowing us to do what we need to do during the entry.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Gloria.
Chief, thank you for the report. I have a question. How long, the taser, how long does that last? How long, I mean, do we have to replace them every year,
So the tasers
Long.
are not involved in this report. The taser is a totally separate equipment that is utilized in a variety of different manners, but the taser is
They
not
are not
included
in
in
this.
this report at all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Aurelio, anything?
Yes, in terms of the specialized firearms and ammunition, is there a special, like maybe annual training or certification that someone in your department has to go through? Question number one. And the question number two is, what percentage of maybe not the whole staff, but those that can use the specialized firearms and ammunition, what percentage of your staff makes up that team?
Great question. So the first question is absolutely, we are mandated by the Peace Officer Standard and Training Posts that we continually train in these specific firearms. As an example, the AR-15 or other weapons, the collateral SWAT team and our VSTF commander who's present, we do annual training, quarterly training. We're constantly training with these specific pieces of equipment, probably more so than post mandates to make sure that we are proficient when we do respond to critical incidents. And your second question was?
Second question, what percentage of officers you have that are trained?
I'll
Or maybe
refer.
not percentage, but maybe number, percentage, right? Because I don't want to include like administrative staff, right? And that-
Yeah, I'll refer to my VSTF commander who actually runs the VSTF task force and is our SWAT commander to answer that question.
Thank you.
Good evening. I don't know if I can give you a percentage, but I can tell you there's 26 officers on the SWAT team, and then I have 6 officers on our VSTF team that train monthly with these specialized weapons. And then some of these specialized weapons that the chief talked about are like sniper rifles. With the snipers, they're part of our SWAT team, but then they also have extra training, and there's 6 of them. So, I mean, you figure our sworn strength is 136, I think, somewhere around there. And so you're looking at roughly 30 individuals that are specifically assigned to the SWAT team and VSTF, which is a specialized unit that has some of these equipment. So it's a small percentage, but there are patrol officers as well that carry the AR-15 platform, which is also included in the AB-41 report. So I think that really, we're trying to get as many officers on our force trained and all that to carry that, but not all of them do. I don't know if hopefully that answers.
No, it's very helpful because if you would have said it's 2 or 1, then it's like if there's ever a need, then the department, if they have to constantly tap into the 1 or 2. But when you tell me 26, it gives me a general idea of the capacity that your department has. Thank you.
Correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, to my right, Jose.
Okay. I had a question on the mobile incident command vehicle. I see some of the applicable uses. Have we considered using the mobile incident command vehicle and placing it in places that there's high need, like Kern Street to help deter prostitution, or Chinatown to help deter the continuing cyclical homelessness encampments that didn't happen there?
Not specifically for the mobile command van. The mobile command van sort of allows us to deploy to critical incidents. It gives us the equipment, the radio capabilities, the ability to brief and have a command center out in the field that typically deals with major incidents. We also use it at the rodeo, right? It allows us to have a command center out in the field versus having one at the police department where we have dispatchers, radio, other equipment that is specifically needed. to really deal with critical incidents on the field. We have not considered that for that specific concern that the community does have on Kern. But there's other things that we are doing to kind of address that issue, not specifically utilize the command van.
Okay. And then with regards to the unmanned aerial systems, aside from the authorized use examples, do we use these for any other applications, like when it's 4th of July season and we need support with the drones, or does the fire department have their own set?
They have their own drones for their specific purposes.
So the ones that Salinas PD has only get used for law enforcement, not necessarily the fire safety and code enforcement component, correct?
Yeah, that I'm aware of, yes.
Okay. Have we ever used these for when we address sideshows throughout Salinas?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Have we used drones for sideshows?
So I will say yes, we have used our drones for sideshows where we've been able to actually successfully record some of them and then later on write search warrants and warrants to seize these vehicles that are doing illegal activity. So we have used them to some success. I can't tell you specifics, but I do know that they are used for that.
Okay, awesome. And then you touched lightly previously on some of the supplemental training officers that do use these different weapons undergo. Just very briefly, aside from the monthly training that they have to undergo, are there any certifications that they need to get on top of what? I'm not too familiar with what different certifications police officers have to get, but aside from, you know, getting sworn, what other things do they need to do to operate a rifle, a sniper, or these different equipment?
Yes, there's definitely several certifications, and normally those are put on by either some post-certified instructors or instructors from the military that are very specific with whatever type of weapon we're dealing with. We also do internal training where we actually send officers, and most of the time it's my SWAT officers that go out to an instructor course. So they become a certified instructor, and then they come back to the PD, and then we're able to train our own folks in-house instead of sending them to, most of these are expensive schools. So I think that's what we try to do. But training, at least for SWAT officers, is once a month, which is a lot more than what our patrol officers train quarterly and get certified quarterly to make sure that they're proficient with the weapon, because if you don't train with it, then you can lose that skill.
Okay, thank you. And then are there any opportunities for certain pieces of equipment where there is a mutual aid component to go in on a cost-sharing basis rather than the city procuring it solely on its own?
That I'm aware of as far as the equipment, no, but we work closely with our allied agencies in the region, specifically in the county. And if we do have to co-respond to a major incident, such as there was a Sun Street, obviously barricade or shooting, there are some cost measures of how we deal with it as far as helping each other out from a mutual aid perspective. But as far as the equipment, there are other agencies that have their own equipment. They're under the same Assembly Bill 481 restrictions and qualifications of how to receive equipment themselves. I don't think it's agency specific and how large or small you have to be able to obtain some of this weaponry.
Mm-hmm. Are there any restrictions for us kind of wishing to pursue that route if and when applicable and responsible to public safety, appropriate to go on a cost-sharing basis? For example, like the MRAP vehicle in that incident on the Sun Street Center, maybe the county has, maybe the county has their own, again, not too familiar, maybe the county has their own, we have our own, but maybe we go in sharing the cost instead of each agency individually using them. Because those aren't exactly vehicles we use every day, every other hour, right?
Sure, to my knowledge there, I'm not aware of any restrictions. I don't think we've actually talked about that here.
Okay.
And I think one of the other challenges would be from a risk perspective, liability. So, I mean, there are opportunities, and police and both fire do a lot of mutual aid. They have a lot of mutual aid agreements, but we've always run into kind of that liability risk when it comes to some of those more specific arrangements.
Okay, thank you.
Tony.
Chief Acosta, welcome to the People's House.
Thank you.
Sir, and I appreciate your report here. It says number of authorized usage is 0. There's several of them. This equipment that you haven't used, because this is an annual report that we're in here. Just out of curiosity, does any of this equipment, ammunition or whatever, does it expire? Or if you don't use it by a certain time, do you have to return it, or what happens here? Or do you just keep it till you do get to use it?
Councilmember, I can answer that. So a lot of the equipment that we do have, especially when it comes to ammunition, the tear gas, and stuff like that, there is a shelf life. Normally, it's about 5 years. So what we try to do is, of course, we already have this stuff, and like you said, there's a lot of times that we do not use it because we either use other methods or it hasn't gotten to that level. So what we do is, before it expires, I mean, we're training with it. So what we'll do is we'll use it in training and then, repurchase more to have and to make sure that the shelf life and the expiration on these pieces of munitions that we have don't expire.
Yeah. Well, thank you. You know, you're mentioning, I was pretty intrigued with this pepper balls and the sponge, and that would probably save lives, am I right? I mean, when you're using, versus actually using ammunition, pepper balls, sponge, tell us a little bit about that.
Well, so I can tell you a little bit about that because I'm the one that actually brought it to the department. Before having these, the 40 millimeter impact rounds, as well as, we don't have the pepper ball yet, but before that, all we had was tasers. And I can tell you that tasers are sometimes effective to de-escalate a situation, but not always. Especially during, like, say, the winter time, when an individual might have several layers of clothing on, and then they become very combative, then the taser's not gonna work. So having these tools that you talk about, they're always for de-escalation purposes. We speak to them, we try to get them to comply, and I actually like using the diffusing a situation. I like using that word because that's what they are. You try to diffuse a situation. Of course, we wait for them to respond to us because diffusing and using these weapons, it's a two-way street, right? We can't just try to get somebody to comply. They have to comply. So they are used for that, and they've been used very successfully. And you saw some of, like the 40 millimeters, we've only used 14 times, but in those 14 times, it got to the level where we needed to use it and it worked, and we were able to successfully arrest somebody without using a lethal force.
And you know what, Commander, you're also requesting, you're calling a small quantity of a new type of specialty Swiss P ammunition. I read the report on that, but that does some serious damage, huh?
So yes, so our snipers, one thing we learned during the Sun Street incident, and just real quick, we had an individual that was heavily armed with automatic rifle. He had military experience, had body armor on, was in an elevated position, so we were at a disadvantage, and this guy kept shooting at us. One thing we did not have was this type of ammunition where we could have ended the situation a lot quicker instead of this guy randomly shooting and potentially one of these rounds striking one of our citizens or us. So we learned a lot from that incident, and one of the things was that we don't have a type of round where, if needed, we can use it to penetrate through, say, a wall, because we know where he's at behind that, and penetrate through body armor. So that is the reason why we're asking to purchase that type of ammunition.
And one ammunition, I'm gonna go on the limb here. One ammunition that I don't see in your report, and maybe it's there, but I didn't see it. Mental health. How are we working even in areas like this when we get to a situation where we need to use this kind of equipment? how's our relationship with mental health when we have a 5150 call or anything like that, where we can save somebody's life? How's the relationship there?
Chief, you want to take that?
Look, like in any situation where we're dealing with anybody in the community, as a chief of police, it's really important that we're trying to find the best possible safe outcome, whether you have mental illness or not, as it relates to dealing with our community members with mental illness or that are in crisis, and the police department is there to deal with the situation or incident. Our number one priority is a safe possible outcome. Taking that individual, and a lot of the times it's resources, mental health, behavioral health, social services, whoever we can get there from a social services or wraparound services perspective. I think it's critical to have that safe possible outcome. But if we need to escalate it based what is happening in that situation, this is one of the best tools that we have available, right? There are often times when people are in crisis, they maybe have a weapon, right? They're threatening themselves, a family member, or even the police. And we want to have the safest possible outcome. So this tool allows us to do that. I will tell you, it's a really important priority, not just for us from the SWARM perspective, but working with and collaborating with other stakeholders, right? Other equal partners such as mental health. Are also, every one of our officers, we're trying to get CIT trained, which is crisis intervention training, where they're able to identify the characteristics of somebody who's in crisis and how do we deal with that, right? Learning de-escalation tactics to making sure, again, that we don't utilize any equipment, whether it's on our person or other equipment that we have available to us to render something safe. So that's one of our biggest priorities. And moving forward, we're trying to make sure that every Salinas police officer is CIT trained. And I believe we're close to maybe 85% that all of our officers are CIT trained at this point.
Yeah, great, well, thank you. And sir, my last question is for the city attorney. Mr. Callahan, for the last 3 months, including today, this month, Police Community Advisory Committee has been absent. Can you let the public know why that is?
Sure, Councilmember Barrera. So there are some issues with respect to some of the appointees to that committee that have been made, and so we're trying to sort that issue out. We need a little bit more time to do so. As well, we will provide that update along with an update on the other commissions, committees, and boards to the council at the end of April. And at that point, we think that the PCAC should shortly thereafter be able to reconvene in some form.
Councilmember Sandoval, any questions? Okay. Silence implies consent, presuming it's one additional question.
One question.
Right.
No comments. My additional question was, AB 481, the way the city ordinance is written is that it's an annual renewal of the ordinance itself. Is there anything precluding us, or are there any other municipalities or jurisdictions in the state that are not doing it on an annual basis? Maybe 2 years, 5 years? Is there anyone else throughout the state doing anything different?
Not that I'm aware of, and I believe the state law requires us to do it annually.
That was my question.
Okay. All right, any public comment? Any Zoom comment? Maria Perez? Yes, go ahead.
Hi, yes. Good evening to everybody. My question is for the VSTF commander, which I believe is there, I heard.
No questions, just comments.
Oh, comments. Okay,
Comments,
well,
yeah.
I guess my only comment is that I want to make sure that there is a standard for the police officers that are part of the VSTF unit, that they're CIT trained, and that they also, are free of any disciplinary actions, that they are trained to not, over police the public. And I also wanted to say that I am glad to see that there are less than lethal options that are being purchased, because that's very important. I think that's going to save lives. And if we can avoid, using lethal methods, that's a great thing. So I commend them on that.
Okay, very good. Thank you for those comments. We appreciate it. And it looks like that's it. We will come back to council for final comments, and then we will be looking for a motion. So anything to my right on final comments? Okay, Councilmember Barrera?
Thank you. I want to thank the police department for being community officers. When I met with Chief Acosta, he says you can hire people that already know about law enforcement, but you got to hire the right people. We're in the people business here, so I appreciate that we're doing everything not only to keep the police officers safe, but we're also keeping our residents, the people that we serve, safe as well. So with that, sir, I would like to make a motion to approve this resolution. Am I on the right one?
Second.
I want to make sure, because I screw up. So thank you.
All right, we got a first and a second. We will proceed with comments. Jose?
Again, just wanted to thank our police department for putting this report together and for doing the work that you all do. Just from my own experience with doing some ride-alongs with Salinas PD, I know firsthand that our officers are best in class in terms of training and professionalism, not just with pertaining to use of military equipment and weapons, but just de-escalation, right? De-escalation of high-stakes situations, whether it be a DUI pullover that goes wrong, or it be something that the police needs to go serve an eviction notice. Our officers are really well trained, and I'm really proud of that, and happy to see the progress that we're doing. I think the fact that we've seen no incidents reported with any of our different classifications of equipment, again, just speaks to that professionalism that we hold and that high standard that we hold all of our officers to, regardless of the rank. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Aurelio?
Sure. Well, just full transparency, the only time I get to see your guys' equipment is at the rodeo when you guys open it up to the children. So I've been out there, been able to take a look at the equipment that you guys use. A friend of mine who's retired, CHP, made a comment to me once that was very, very thought-provoking. It's like in terms of law enforcement, a lot of times, many of you catch people during their darkest hours, right? And sometimes they may not be in their right state of mind, but in terms of protecting our members of the public, it's very important that you have the equipment and tools to ensure public safety. And I appreciate tonight's report and getting a better understanding of the equipment that you need to do in those very rare circumstances. I like seeing all those zeros. It tells me that, in terms of our community, there hasn't been a need to use these weapons, and look forward to seeing your report again next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria?
Great job to our police department. I really appreciate the report. And yes, later you can tell me about the taser.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay.
All right, Margaret?
I just want to comment that I love seeing the police and fire and city folks present at all these community events. I think it's really important. So I think, Chief Acosta, you had said it's more than just, crime and that sort of thing, but just being part of the community and blending in the community and letting people know that they're a resource and that you should talk to them, that your children can feel safe with them. So I really appreciate that. And I think you've really brought that to the forefront more than ever before. I also think it's really important that we give you the tools that you need. And I see from the report that you're very responsible about them, and we're not using them unless absolutely necessary, but we need to have them just in case. So I think that's great, and I think we should support your needs 100%. I think that was really pretty much it. I just want to thank you for your attitudes towards the community about, like you said, safety first and taking care of that human as a human being and not as a criminal. So I think that goes a long way. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
I'll just simply echo all the kudos you've had. And, Chief, one of the first conversations we had, I know you talked about the culture of the department, and I think one of the things you found out, we had a pretty good one, and I think this report reflects that in terms of maybe the toughest situations where you have to use all of the tools of the trade, you know, those zeros really do speak to I think that culture of responsibility and how you, just the very professional manner you all do business. And, you know, I think for all of our perspective, we want to make sure you have the tools that you need, and we hope you don't need them that often. And, I think this report really just speaks well to the overall character of the department. So thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
With that, if there are, we've got a motion and we've got a second, and why don't we call for the question?
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes?
Councilmember Barrera? Councilmember Diego?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue?
Yep.
Motion passed.
That one passes. All right. Why don't we do some council member reports, appointments and future agenda items, and I'll start over to my right. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you. I attended March 18th, How to Communicate with Your Council Member. It was a great event put on by our neighborhood services. Provided them a lot of strategies and educated them about how our government works and the structure. I had a chance to visit the 19th Annual STEM Family Science Day at Hartnell. A lot of hands-on activities, it was really good. Also attended the Jackson All-Stars game featuring teams made up of various different high schools. It was great to see students from like Hardin, Gavilan View, Washington School District, all combined to make an all-star team. I saw there's going to be a comedy night at the XL Public House. I thought that's really cool. I don't think there's a whole lot of comedy opportunities, so I encourage everyone to attend. I think it's March 29th. And you could even do a comedy workshop. I had a great conversation with Ms. Bennett with some concerns regarding our sewer rate increase. I also received an email earlier from Ms. Starner. I think we're going to start seeing more residents who are going to realize that they're going to be impacted with those sewer rate increases. I attended the mock interviews at Rancho San Juan that were ran by Ms. Wren. Students came really prepared with resumes and dressed professionally. There's still going to be some at North High and Salinas High. I encourage my colleagues to sign up for those. As you heard, the students from North Salinas High School were here. Sierra Solano has invited us all to Cars, Conchas, and Cafecito. It's coming up May 10th. And as you heard, it's hosted by the DJ Club, the Movimiento Estudiantil Club, and the Mecha, I believe, was involved also. There's also a student named Irvin from North Salinas High School who shared information of an upcoming Health Academy Fair in North Salinas. They're having these civic engagement projects, which I think are great to get people more involved in local government. And they're going to do this to promote health and awareness within our community. I do want to share that I am concerned about our public comment process. In the last 2 months, I've noticed some people get cut off, some people don't. There's arbitrary cutoffs for when public comment ends. Sometimes we go to Zoom, sometimes we don't go to Zoom. This new way we're doing consent is confusing our residents who come to City Council every single council meeting. Now imagine you're a first-time visitor to City Council, and knowing how you're going to be able to participate is going to be very difficult. I'm also concerned that we may be violating in some form the public's right to participate. When we lump one public comment period over 7 agenda items, there are several concerns. One, are we giving members of the public who want to comment on 7 agenda items 14 minutes? Or are we limiting them to 2 minutes to talk about 7 agenda items? I think it's very confusing. I don't think it's going to foster a sense of the community being welcomed here or knowing how to participate. So I'm going to be asking for a legal opinion on whether anybody's rights to participate are being violated. Now, I recognize that the mayor has authority to limit public comment, but I don't see why we should. And so I just want to be on record that I think it's inappropriate. Those are all my comments.
Councilmember Barrera.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, March 15th, I want to thank Los Padres Elementary School parents. There was about 30 parents that went out and cleaned a specific area, a walkway, a short walkway that students, grandparents, and parents use to take and pick up their children from school. I also want to thank the city manager here. He's out here in his Levi's and boots, helping out. Jose Ariola, thank you for your leadership wherever you're at. I think you did a great job working with those parents. I want to commend Traffic Commissioner Orlando Osornio. Awesome St. Patrick's Food Truck Night. It was very successful. People were very happy, so the city manager and his staff, they're going to be able to work with them and figure out ways on how to make it better as well. I want to also thank Commissioner, Library and Community Services Commissioner Victor Tafoya. He was at the STEAM, is it STEAM or STEM? STEAM.
All of the above.
Could be both.
Just wanted to see if you're paying attention. STEAM Family Science Day, I want to thank him for being at Hartnell, for representing the city of Salinas. Also to the Parks and Recreation staff, the seniors are doing fantastic at the Bread Box. They had a St. Patrick's party. I mean, that is an amazing place. If you're a senior out there and you're listening to this, the senior group is fantastic. There's always anywhere from 50 to 75 people, Monday through Friday. It's a great group of individuals. Gloucester Park groundbreaking, we're still working on it. It's a highlight coming up. Mr. Mendez has some great news here pretty soon for us. And Mayor, when we close, I would like to request King City Sergeant Police Ryan Kennedy. He died unexpectedly while on duty. I would like to close this meeting in his memory and his honor. Thank you, sir.
Should we do that? Jose?
Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to start off by acknowledging that we're at the tail end of International Women's History Month. I know we didn't have an opportunity to formally acknowledge the occasion here at the City of Salinas, but wanted to particularly, commend both our elected officials that, how are women, both serving currently and past. I know we have a long way to go to achieving equality socially, economically, and politically. We've only had two female mayors in Salinas' 150-plus year history, and we have a ways to go to making that change. Even on this dais to this day, there's only 2 women serving on the council. Would love to see, more representation all across the board. Also really excited that, a good majority of our departmental heads are also women. So we're a city that's, leading by example in that regard. So I want to acknowledge that this Sunday is Transgender Day of Visibility. It's a very challenging time for all of our community members, regardless of what your identity is. And, this particular community is really being targeted both at the federal level. And just want to call out that, this Sunday, the Salinas Valley Pride is hosting a painting event over at Central Park from 12 to 2 p.m. if you guys would like to join us. Just a day of, again, visibility of the community, acknowledging their existence, acknowledging their space, respecting their presence and right to exist fully and freely in our community. Also had an opportunity to attend the ribbon cutting for the second location of Elevate Spa MD, which is a medical grade spa in Salinas. They actually, I'm really wanting to highlight them because the owner, Griselda Castillo, is also a woman business owner who's opening up her second location during Women's History Month. Particularly highlighting her because she started a business during the middle of the pandemic, right? She chose to start a business in the middle of the pandemic and really took advantage of all the different business resources available to her to make that a reality. Not only did she choose to start a business through the pandemic, but she was successful enough to expand to a second location. So I thank her for, doing her work and choosing Salinas as a second location for her business. Also want to highlight that the county is facing a budget shortfall for its upcoming fiscal year and really want to urge all residents to also participate and engage in those budget discussions. The county just had a meeting today about, some of their funding priorities, and a lot of these are services that, maybe most of our residents or some of our residents may not be aware are actually a county responsibility or a county department, whether it's, the health department, the jail, mental health services, and other ancillary support services are actually under the county, and would encourage you all to engage in those conversations as well. This Saturday, I'll have the opportunity to attend the firefighter gala. Particularly want to call out Mr. Jose Guzman, who is a District 1 resident, who's going to be the recipient of the Salinas Firefighters Foundation Scholarship this Saturday. So looking forward to congratulating him and commending him. And also our Salinas firefighter who won the County Firefighter of the Year, right? And again, really want to highlight that this is a peer nomination, right? So it's not just, someone from the top down picking someone who they really want to highlight for the year. It's, your colleagues calling you out as, the firefighter of the year. So really looking forward to participating in that. Also had an opportunity to attend my first policy board meeting for Central Coast Community Energy, and also attended my Energy Risk Management Committee subcommittee meeting. I want to call out two particular things. I know earlier in the day, one of the things that was mentioned was we need to work to reduce the cost of some of our utilities, one of them being PG&E, and this is exactly one of the things that we're dealing with in the Energy Risk Management Committee. There's two particular challenges that we're facing at the state level from the Public Utilities Commission relating to demand management requirements, as well as power charge indifference amounts, PCIAs. So we're currently in the process of working with the CPUC to ensure that all regulations, that there's a level playing field, both for our community choice aggregates, Central Coast Community Energy, and our private investor-owned utilities, such as PG&E, to hold them accountable and to also ensure that our rates are stable all across the board. And again, at the end, just wanted to mention that Salinas Valley Recycles is hosting tire recycling days, April 5th through May 31st at all 3 of their locations in Salinas. You can take up to 9 tires. So I would welcome you guys, if you guys have any tires lying around in your house or somewhere that you want to get rid of, you can take up to 9 at a time. So you could, in theory, if you have a bunch of tires laying around, go today, go tomorrow, just 9 at a time. And again, that's at all 3 locations, April 5th through May 31st.
Okay, thank you. Aurelio.
Yes, I'm going to keep this short. Again, just want to congratulate Alvarez High School boys soccer team on their championship. In terms of what's coming up and down the pipeline, just looking, well, one, again, just want to thank staff for the reports tonight. But again, looking forward as we're moving into our strategic plan and the fun annual budget stuff. I think based on tonight's comments from the public, it's very clear that in terms of meeting our housing and our affordable housing needs is very important. As contentious as some of the comments were, I think it also brought up another issue that is very important in terms of what our strategic plan really needs to prioritize, which is one, again, housing, and then 2, economic development, right? So as we hear people talk about going through difficult financial times, and as we see and live and feel the cost of living going up, again, we really need to figure out as a city council what we're doing to be supporting economic development and making sure that our young people are having access to higher paying jobs. Also, I just want to know, maybe in the within the next couple of months, wondering if we might be able to have maybe a presentation on our city's street sweeping. In speaking with some residents, I think what many people often quite notice is street sweepers maybe come like around 6, 7 in the morning, which also seems to be when people are probably like waking up and their cars are still parked on the curb. So is that, the question I have is that really like the best scheduling in terms of trying to sweep our streets when cars are typically home, as opposed to maybe sweeping after like 8 or 9 when people are off to work. So just really would like to know a little bit more about our street sweeping service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gloria?
Okay. First, I want to thank the chief, and he left, for reducing, reducing the prostitutes that are walking Current Street. The numbers have gone down, and it's gotten better. Thank you to our police department. I know the chief left, but his plan is working. He had a plan. Okay. Next thing, I attended the solid waste board meeting. I attended Community Human Service board. Also the Soledad Downtown Board, which is, ACE, the Chinatown area. And they're having a festival at the end of April. And their concerns right now is that people are coming from other counties and other areas to this festival that's well attended. And let me tell you, that Soledad Street is cracked in the middle, right in the middle. not on the side, the potholes, but in the middle of Soledad Street. And I would like to know if we could build that area, because they're gonna come and do that tour to that, where the museum is gonna be at the Republic, and it's dangerous if you go by there. Yeah, I was there this past Saturday feeding at Victory Mission. And by the way, Victory Mission with Armando is doing a great job. And I would like to make that request that before the festival, that we can fill that area that's cracked right in the middle. And the other thing, the streets, for the residents that are listening right now, it's all over the city. We have streets that need to be slurry. I know we're going to get a report soon about the process that was done. I think each district was in here, but I'd like to know more. Where can we put our streets on a list? Because the residents are complaining, I want my street slurry, and I don't know what to respond. So I need help on that. Rossi Rico is one. And talking about Rossi Rico, there's graffiti again in the building that used to be the old Pepsi, but it's not on Rossi Rico. It's on the side where there's a brick wall. They took one in and tagged it all the way down to almost the railroad tracks. So I had a call from the residents. They want that removed. The graffiti abatement program, if we still have it, they're doing a great job, because you will get caught. You will get caught, whoever's doing that graffiti. They had removed it, had painted it, and now it's again graffiti. So anyways, I also attended the STEM Hartnell. It was well attended. It was very organized, right, Margaret? And the LSL School District, Salinas City was there. Just a great event. I also attended Gil's basketball, 10 years. Gil, congratulations. It was a well-attended event. I also went to North High. They presented in their drama class. If you ever have the opportunity and you like live plays, they did a fantastic job on Harvey. Okay, remember he sees the rabbit? Elwood sees the rabbit. It was about 3 hours long, and our own Sophie Romo, her son Joseph, he was the lead actor. Her son, boy, did he do a good job. So I will be acknowledging the drama club from North High. I'm also working with some students from North High that are complaining about Mary Al and Laurel. Okay, we need to look at that area and about a light. So they're doing great. They're following the process. They're doing what government does, a petition. So we're going to get a petition from the students, and then I'll be attending the health fair and anything else that I get invited to at the schools. And the second one is, let's see, the lights. They want to know, residents want to know the street lights. I don't know. Are we still working on street lights? I don't know, because the copper was cut and all that. All right, so that, and then I have a cleanup this Saturday, Amor Salinas at Cesar Chavez Park, and let's see, what else is happening? Suba, they're very concerned about the vendor ordinance. There's complaints on tier number 2. The vendors that get to stay 4 hours and then they have to move, or I don't know how that's working. It's not. It's working, it's not working. So they have concerns about that. And also they're having problems collecting the assessments. So that's something for the future that we're probably gonna have to talk about. How do we assess Suba? And that's it.
Thank you, Margaret.
All right. I added, also like Gloria did for a future agenda item, probably a little broader, is Public Works presentation on, exactly what's going on in all those different areas, because I am very focused on infrastructure, which is a public safety issue as well. So I'd like to see that brought back. And I know there's a report, I believe it's a staff report that talks about color-coded based on severity, to really understand that so we understand how things are being prioritized, get an education on that. Code enforcement is something else I'd like to learn more about. I don't know if it's at this level or that we have a mini session on that, because there's a lot of code enforcement issues and I hear about them daily. So that would be really helpful. And then, yes, it is definitely event season, as you all know. There's so much going on. And I try to attend the things in District 3, but also to try to get to ones in the other districts too. And if I haven't met with any of you as a council person, I'd like to set up a date, because I really want to understand what's going on in each of your districts, what's challenging, what's on your mind, how can we support each other. I think that's really important. So we'll definitely, I know that a couple of guys at the end I haven't met with yet, so we'll make that happen. So legislative breakfast was excellent that Renee and his team put on. All the staff did a really beautiful job, very educational. And education is kind of been my focus this last month, spending a lot of time at Hartnell, which I've spent 20 plus years there. Going to Bright Futures, where they have a Cal Kids program, which is a tuition program that parents can sign up for when their children are born, and they'll have a college fund going all the way through high school. So we want more Cal Kids program folks to sign up, and it's just education. It literally takes 5 minutes, and there's lots of little seminars that they can go to and get the support if they don't know how to use the internet or something like that. The Welly event at Hartnell was Women's Educational Leadership Institute, record year in terms of attendance, excellent speakers, just women really empowering other women, and fundraising. So that's really exciting. I've been on that committee for, I think, since day one. And then Hartnell had the STEAM and the STEM events separately, two different ones, both great, focusing on different audiences. The one was about more elementary kids and family, and the other one was more getting young adults interested in STEM and showing them what kind of job opportunities are out there. So I was a co-chair for that event, and that was really well attended. I think there were 568 students that attended that, and don't hold me to that number, but somewhere in that lineup. And then attended my first board meeting for the SCCIA, which is the downtown district, understanding, their different committees, who's working on what, how does their lane differ from what the city is doing, because we're kind of in the same general area, and understand everybody's roles. So I'm getting exposed to that. I'm also attending some of the faith community breakfasts that they have, and they invite speakers from the community. Our chief was recently one of them, and those are neat to attend. It's a very small group, but you learn about what the faith community has to say about different issues as well. So those are really interesting. And I did do the Element Spa grand opening. I didn't get to stay long enough to get a certificate or anything for a free treatment, but I am one of their customers, so I appreciate them being right there on Pajaro Street. That's really beautiful. Aerial Theater, went to one of their shows. What a magical place that is for young children of all ages, right in our downtown area, and their performances are sold out almost every night, and that's just a gem. The Fox Theater mural was really exciting, seeing the beauty that's been coming to our, some of our more kind of, I wouldn't say blighted, but not the most attractive buildings in alleys and parking lots, and putting up that beautiful artwork. It just really, really makes a statement. I think it beautifies our city. So the artist was fantastic. I've been attending the Heritage Park / Welcome Center board meetings, and learning about the different folks that they're engaging with and the partnerships, and they really want to be a partner with the city, and I think we should definitely speak to them as much as possible. I'm trying to encouraging them to really follow the Welcome Center guidelines, which is all about heads and beds and increasing traffic in the hotels that are here. I know we don't have a lot of them, but they need our help. And thank you, Mayor Donahue, for inviting me to the Gills basketball dinner dance. That was really nice, honoring them for their hard work. There's tons of upcoming community events. You guys heard about them tonight. We'll try to go as many as we can and really support our citizens. And let's see. And then Relay for Life. I don't know if the city has a team, but obviously that's something we support heavily, and it would be great for us to have like a city team or a bunch of us out there, either as a group or just out there walking in our purple. And I don't think there's anybody in this community that hasn't been affected by cancer in some way or some form. So I'll be out there wearing my purple, and yeah, oh, awesome, great, good. I just wanted to throw that out there, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Obviously, a busy city and a busy council. I'll just say I followed them all around as best I could, and we we will go ahead and adjourn the meeting and I was going to do that. We're going to adjourn the meeting and come back April 8th. And before we leave, Tony, would you like to just maybe kind of restate what we're doing in the officer?
Yes, well. I don't know the gentleman personally, but I understand King City Police Sergeant Ryan Kennedy died while on duty unexpectedly, and I think it's great from one city to another to just acknowledge that we're one there. And
No, I think that's terrific, and we'll make sure Mayor LeBaron and the council will extend this council's good wishes in the fact we took a moment. So why don't we take a moment of silence, and then we'll go ahead and adjourn. Tony, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay.